little bit on the delay, but we're live from Fastport Studios in New Orleans. This is Nemo Nation with the trucking voice legend himself, Dave Nemo, and the great Jimmy Mack. Let's roll, baby.
Let's roll, Dave Nemo. Good morning to you, sir. How you doing, man?
Let's roll, and let's roll on the roller coaster. Today is the anniversary of the first roller coaster in America to open. Isn't that exciting?
Are you a big roller coaster fan?
Yes and no.
Can I guess why yes and no?
Yes.
It's, as far as you're concerned, they're okay, but watching your daughter go absolutely cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs on roller coasters is one of the great joys of your life.
Of all of the people in the world that you would not think would be a roller coaster lover, she is that person.
And we're talking about Amy, by the way. We're not talking about Claire. Claire likes them. Claire can dig a good old-fashioned roller coaster, but your daughter is literally an aficionado, is a deep lover of the coaster of roll, just thinks it's the grooviest thing. I mean, we went to Universal Studios with Amy. That's how I kind of describe it. Mm-hmm. We went with Amy. That's how we did. I mean, it's like, and we're going to go, and we're going to keep on going, and we're going to ride it twice. We're going to ride it 3 times. You got to squeeze that in there.
We're at the gate when the park opens, and we're the last ones to leave when the park closes.
I mean,
literally.
I told you I wanted to go play putt-putt golf that night, and I knew that Claire, needed a little bit of, R&R in between rolling on the coasters and playing a little putt-putt. The look on Amy's face when I said, yeah, we're going to go back to the hotel room, get a little bit of rest. Are you guys okay? I'm fine. I want to be able to join you guys for dinner, and I want to be able to go play putt-putt and do some salsa dancing. It was like I had it's like I had betrayed her. She looked betrayed.
So when you think about roller coasters, you think, well, why would they invent a roller coaster? Let me read something to you from the guy who invented the roller coaster. Many of the evils of society, much of the vice and crime which we deplore, come from the degrading nature of amusements. To substitute something better, something clean and wholesome, and persuade men to choose it, is worthy of all endeavor. And so he thought that there were so many brothels and Coney Island, and in the original Dutch, it's Rabbit Island. But in Dutch, Rabbit Island sounds like Coney Island. I forget the exact word.
Well, yeah, they actually used that in The Hobbit, by the way.
Oh, did they?
In The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. In Lord of the Rings, Sam calls rabbits conies.
Yeah, there you go.
We can get a couple of conies.
Yeah.
Conies? What are conies? Rabbits. He's like, oh, my God, it's disgusting. Yeah.
So Coney Island, they started with hotels and amusement, gambling, a lot of gambling. So...
Well, there's a book called Amusing Ourselves to Death that actually looks at the way all of that kind of stuff started. And it really is a ship of Theseus. What happens with amusement parks, Dave, is that they go slowly but surely from being dens of iniquity to places where families can gather and go. Because the family gathering points, the gather and go points in the 19th century were parks. Amusement parks were not where you took your family. It's where you went to go play, you went to go play the lottery, went to go play all that other kind of crazy stuff. You didn't go there with the kids to go get some cotton candy and ride a roller coaster. You went there to get a little something and throw some dice. And slowly but surely, they did a swap out. And one of the biggest replacement pieces was the roller coaster. The roller coaster.
So June 16, 1884, the Switchback Gravity Railway is opened, or as we would call it today, the SGR. First roller coaster, Lamarcus Thompson, very devout Christian. And that was his motivation, to get people away from the evil amusements to the clean amusement. So it was a nickel a ride. It ran 6 miles an hour. It was 600 feet long, 50 feet high. And you got on one end, and you got off on the other, and it just switched back, and then you have 2 groups of people waiting. I guess you could ride back if you wanted, but that was it. And they made some money too. At a nickel a rider, they made $600 in the first day, and that would have been about $16,900 today.
Are you a roller coaster person? You a fan of roller coasters? Give us a call at 615-292-6366 and jump into the conversation. We'd love to hear from you. We got a great lineup, by the way, Dave. Once again, we are racked, packed, and stacked, along with Tara joining us. In pretty short order for Breaker Backtalk, we've got Kevin Burch, we've got Ben Wilkens is going to be coming, Joe Eldridge, the influencer, Mark Schremmer of Landline, Transport Topics, Michael Freeze, Tyson Fisher, who has now been promoted to associate editor. I don't know if you know that. Tyson Fisher got a promotion, associate editor. And, we got a whole bunch of other folks coming along with the Pittsburgh Power Pitstop at the end of the show after you shuffle off the radio coil. You actually arranged for a guest at the end of the show, Dave.
Tony Sirota is going to be joining us from the Reverse Logistics Association, which is now part of the National Retail Federation. And I asked him, given all of the talk about what the tariffs are doing and the ups and downs, and today it's one thing and tomorrow it's the next, and what's going on with tariffs, we've always, our focus was, well, how are we going to get our stuff, and how much is it going to cost, and what about that shipping, and blah, blah, blah. Well, the folks who are in the reverse logistics area of online merchandising, let's say, are really caught in a bind about these tariffs because they don't know a lot of them don't know where to send it back to or where it's going, and they're developing a whole new strategy now for material returns, commodity returns.
Well, and there are people who literally have stuff sitting on docks and sitting in warehouses knowing if they don't break the seal, they ain't got to pay the tariff.
Exactly.
And they're waiting to find out what's going to happen with it right now. And there's a lot of that kind of conversation going on. Speaking of conversation, Joe J. wrote us this morning to say, "Morning, Nemo Nation. The Doodah Man has been laughing all the way. He's been with us since the beginning. Bruce Almighty has given us a couple of smiles. Radio Nemo, our friends over there who are taking care of us, wrote, 'Help, I've fallen down and I can't giddy up.' Well done, well said." Brad Bentley wrote, "That's a great lineup today. We couldn't agree more. As more of you guys join us on the chat and in the situation, which is the conversation over here at Nemo Nation. RadioNemo.com. Are we up on RadioNemo.com yet, Phone Master Dre? He's giving me a big nod. Madison is in the studio. Phone Master Dre is in the studio. Dancing Daves are here again. I've always wanted to work your name into a Led Zeppelin song, so now I've accomplished that as well. Did you have a good Father's Day?
Yes, absolutely.
On Saturday morning, Donna wrote us all saying, "How we doing? How's Nemo Land doing?" And you had yourself a pretty good morning, did you not?
Saturday morning?
Yeah, you did some gardening, didn't you?
Yes.
This is really cool.
Donna did a very cool thing. You remember how I don't know if I think we were on the air Friday.
Yes.
And we were kidding around. Actually, I would have called Madison, but I didn't have her number. You wanted to call people to tell them good night. Remember that?
Yeah.
For some reason, that's goofy idea just stuck in my brain.
Did you do it?
I didn't do it. I didn't have her number.
Oh, you're going to do it to Madison?
Hello, Madison. Just wanted to say good night.
little Ringo Starr. No.
I'm right outside your door.
Making friends everywhere.
Just hanging out.
Hashtag Nemo Nation.
If you need anything,
No.
right here. Anyway, I forgot what I was going to say. Donna came up with a really cool thing, and it's kind of neat. And I thought maybe a lot of folks might want to do this, and I'd like to do it again next week. She sent a picture of her little baby, just an adorable little girl.
Go on.
And
we're on the radio,
I'm
Dave.
looking at, well, yeah, I know. I'm looking
you
at.
You can signal to me to keep talking. I'm quite capable of doing it.
Go ahead, keep talking, because I'm looking for the text.
When Dave is done doing that, he'll just blurt out that he's got it. One of the things that I was able to do, Dave, is I was able to coach Little League at first base.
Yes.
I had the best day at the New Orleans Fly at the Carrollton Boosters Playground. We got somebody on the phone while you look for that nonsense.
Okay.
What's going on? Who do we got,
Oh,
Trey?
you already said his name. Doodah Man, it is in the house in Texas. Wants to talk roller coasters with you.
Oh, fantastic.
Roller coasters. What's happening, Doodah Man?
Roll. Talk to us.
You was talking about roller coasters. I remember Wichita, Kansas used to have the largest wood roller coaster in the country.
Ah. We had one here in New Orleans, too. It was called the Zephyr. It was at Pontchartrain Beach, and then they moved it out. They took it apart and moved it to right where the Twin Span Bridge on I-10 crosses of Lake Pontchartrain to go over to Slidell on the way to Mississippi.
Not the Causeway, the Frank Davis Bridge. Then
Yeah,
they moved,
the Frank
they
Davis
moved to the
Bridge,
Frank
but
Davis
not the
Bridge.
Causeway.
By the way, so you went to one in Wichita. I just wanted to say, I am a coaster for the county. Sorry, I've been dying to do that.
God.
Thank-
Oh, God, give me that. You are reaching today, aren't you?
Well, by the way, if you saw my arm, I've already pulled it out the socket. I'm reaching for so much. What is going on, dude? Man, tell us about that Wichita. Tell us about that Wichita coaster.
Well, it was for a long time, it was advertised as the largest all-wooden roller coaster in the country. And we lived not far from there when I was a little bitty boy. And my dad used to have more fun taking people who hated roller coasters. And he could literally talk to them, get them distracted. And he could walk them right up to it and get them on it before they knew what happened. And that was the biggest thrill of his life.
I got to tell you, man, we went one time to Pontchartrain Beach, and it was one of those days that it poured down rain, and then the sun came out, so we were first in line, so we were the first in the park, and we literally rode the Zephyr 5 times in a row. It is the earliest I ever got into Pontchartrain Beach. It is the earliest I ever left. I swear to God, I brought my lunch up on ride 5.
Oh.
I walked right over to a garbage can and went, I want to go home.
Dude, man, was that at Joyland? Was that the name of the park, Joyland?
Yes, sir. That's
Yeah.
Yep.
So-
Yeah, that was probably about, 30, 35 miles from where we lived in Augusta.
Mm-hmm.
That was, my dad was the one that wanted to go all the time. He said, well, we're going to take the kids over. After about the third time, we was like, okay, this is pretty boring. We don't want to go anymore. Oh, yeah, we're going. He loved the roller coaster over there. He loved all the rides.
So, Doodah, man, we got to do our moment of solemnity for our friends out there who like their pledge and national anthem. But I wanted to ask you one more question before you get out of there. Is there a roller coaster that you have not rode on that you actually want to ride on?
Not particularly. Now, the one thing that I always backed out of at the last minute was Six Flags in Dallas. That one where they shoot you straight up and then they drop you.
Superman.
Oh, yeah, Superman. Dre just named it. It's Superman, by the
yeah.
way. That is
Yeah,
absolutely...
I've been up there and got about halfway through the line and watched it. Like I said, nope, not this week.
Yeah, there's one in Orlando's Universal at Orlando. I think Red is in the name, and it goes straight up and straight down. I mean,
I
a
know where it is.
90-degree angle, and Paul Ferguson went on it.
I went on it
Once.
I went on it once. I went on once during the Halloween Horror Nights because it's open and you can get over there and not
I
have to
didn't
wait
know
in
you
line.
went on it.
Oh, I went on it, dude.
Tower.
I've done it once. And then remember the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror? Mm-hmm. That would drop the bottom out from you. Okay, we got to get out of here. David's going to do the thing he always does, which is take us right to the break before we get to the national anthem and the pledge. Doodah, man, go have the best of days, brother.
Yep, you two guys. Enjoy the show as always.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Our good friend Danny NACFE, of course, loves roller coasters. Mark Broders says that I am reaching deep today, and the Paranormal Pie Man says I'm here, but I'm driving. Well, Jimmy, I'd have to say all of them. He wants to ride all of them. That's Mark. It's been years since I've been on a roller coaster or ridden a roller coaster, as he said. Really quickly, along with the birthday today of the man who invented the roller coaster, correct? It's not the invention of the roller coaster, it's the birthday, correct, Dave? Dave,
It
focus.
is
Me.
It is the opening of the roller coaster. June 16, 1884, first roller coaster opens in America at Coney Island in Brooklyn.
This is a quote that goes along nicely with that. Virtue is to be more feared than vice because its excesses are not subject to the regulation of conscience. Those are the words, of course, of Adam Smith, who was born on this day in 1723. The birth of the roller coaster and the birth of Adam Smith have actually been brought to you by Truck Down. Since 1997, they've been providing folks out there a chance to make sure that their maintenance can get hooked up with their problems on the road. Head over to truckdown.com, download that app, get yourself out of the ditch and back on the road. Speaking of that, let's get this show back on its rails and go to our pledge and national anthem.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked alive, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's Monday, 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 Monday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, I want to share something with you found in 2 Samuel chapter 9, verse 3. And it says, and the king said, is there not still someone of the house of Saul that I may show kindness? Watch this. Show the kindness of God to him. Ziba said to the king, there is still a son of Jonathan. He is crippled in his feet. You know what? I want you to think about what just happened. I want you to think about it. He says, now I want you to listen very close to what is being said in 2 Samuel 9 and 3. And the king said, is there not still someone of the house of Saul that I may show the kindness of God to him? Notice what King David is saying. King David is saying to them, he's saying, I want to know, even though Saul had issues, even though Saul is out of the picture, there should be a point of forgiveness and a point of kindness displayed in the life of somebody in your genealogy. Did you catch that? He's saying, even though people don't care for you, even though people have hurt you, at the end of the day, you still have an obligation and a responsibility to be a blessing to people in need of a blessing. That is your Monday challenge. Find someone to bless. God bless you, brothers and sisters.
By the way, Joe J. said the last roller coaster I was on was probably 15 years ago, Superman. It broke and we hung in the air for 45 minutes. I won't be getting on a coaster anymore. Thank you, Joe J. I don't blame you.
That's a party.
You're on the house's money now, my brother. Declare victory and go home. Stay with us, though, guys, because Ken Forrard Eldridge wrote us to say coasters are not for me. After a car wreck where my brother and I got hit by a drunk, coasters mess with my equilibrium. Once again, you're on the house's money. Carry on. Keep calm and carry on, and keep listening to hashtag Nemo Nation. Join the resistance, by the way. The resistance newsletter comes out tonight. Somebody won the Biscuits and Gravy Challenge already, Dave. I've got 4 more Biscuits and Gravy challenges to give away. And tonight, in that email, I am sharing the Biscuits and Gravy Challenge winner. Flintstones, meet the Flintstones. They're a yabba-dabba-doo time. Fred Flintstone won it, by the way.
Yes, I heard that.
Yeah, it was pretty fantastic, wasn't it? Boy, guys, we are not here to make anybody's lives miserable. We're here to have a little bit of fun, is all I will say. You can also give us a call at 615-292-6366. Dre, are you in the midst of bringing on the 2 callers, or do we have one ready to go? We got one ready to go? Who does it be? Who am I talking to?
We got Mark in the house.
Mark in the house. Dave, it's Mark in the house.
Mark in the house.
What's going on, Mark in the house?
Oh, nothing much. Just sitting here in the shop. It's, talking about coasters. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've been on one. I think the last one I rode was Son of Beast about 18 years ago here at Paramount's Kings Island when it was called that.
When you went
then.
on your first roller coaster ride, how old were you when you went on your first roller coaster ride?
Oh, God, 13,
Okay.
14.
Okay,
at,
sounds good.
Pablo Island.
Gotcha.
I'm reaching back for some people that know that one.
Was there a big scene like if I was a kid and never went on a roller coaster yet, but I knew I was going to go to a park where they had one, I would be in anticipation for as many days as that was. Like if it was next week, I'd
The
spend a week.
anticipation recollection machine.
You know, I'd be scared and nervous and excited all at the same time. So was there a big build-up for that first ride?
I'm not sure. I can't quite
Gotcha.
remember if
Understand.
there was or not.
Well, next time we
So,
get
but-
together in person, we'll hypnotize you, and then you'll be able to.
We'll be hypnotized.
Okay.
Mark, we got to take a break.
We could try that.
We got to take a break, brother. But why don't you can give us a call a little bit later on? There's a gap coming up. If you want to give us a call, we'll let you know when that gap is. We'd love to hear from you again. Thank you, Mark. Love you, brother.
All righty. Have a great one, everyone. Catch
Thanks,
you later.
Mark.
Hey.
Oh, we got to take a quick break here. We're going to come back on the other side, take some more phone calls, maybe drop in a little touchdown Tara the turtle into the situation for breaker back talk, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling our way through this particular show on Nemo Nation. Dave Nemo is in the house. Do it. You run out of time. You got no time left. He's just going to cut you off.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Oh, from the Big Easy to the open road, this is Nemo Nation, broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios with your hosts, Dave Nemo and Jimmy Mack.
Dave Nemo, of course, sits across from me, all kinds of groovy stuff to talk about. We're going to bring up something in a little bit here. Dave found a really cool magazine article. I want to get to it eventually. Our good friend Chowder is on the phone. We'll talk to him in uno momento. But if I understand correctly what's going on and what's coming down, do I got a Tara, the turtle, the touchdown actually in the house?
Tea time?
Tea time.
I'm here.
There's going to
Good
be an
morning, guys.
encyclopedia of ways to refer to Tara.
Tara. Oh, I mean tea
Hey,
time.
Tara. Good morning.
Hey, tea time.
Good morning. We'll release the dictionary next week.
Thank you very much. How was your weekend, by the way? How was your Father's Day weekend?
It was so good. It was busy. Went and, visited my husband's family for about 2 hours away on Saturday, and then enjoyed the day with my dad yesterday. So really good. How about you guys?
Well, I know Dave took it easy yesterday. I know that his big accomplishment, we actually totally got off topic, gardening work.
Well, yeah, but I wanted to talk about Donna's idea. She took a picture of her new baby and she said, "My current view, what's y'all's?" And then Jim sends a picture of the baseball park where he was coaching, headed over to coach Little League. And then we got the hearts on that, and everybody responded. And then Tara, you sent us a lovely picture of your home, And that was your view this morning. And then my view was a patch of dirt in the garden because I was doing some gardening. And I thought that's kind of a cool little thing to do. And Andre is in the car with the kids, fun summer day. And I thought that was a pretty nice little thing to do.
Yeah, it was a Pharrell song. You know what I'm saying? I just kept thinking that at some point, Steve Carell was going to start dancing to the tune of "Happy" when I saw it.
It's one of the best songs.
Oh my
ever.
God! Well, the other one from the first movie too, the summer. The Happy Day, I can't remember the name of the song, is just terrific as well too. All right, we've been wasting time and annoying others, Dave and I here. It's Breaker Talk Back. What you got for us this morning, T?
Oh my gosh, so much. Last week was a blast. First full week of all the new platforms, and it's been so fun to see all of your comments, whether those are live feed comments, which you guys are dropping right now. You guys have been reading off of that, and that is like my favorite thing, to see the live chat. Like, it's so fun. But I'm going to go into some of the comments that we received on all the other platforms. First up, we have a comment from John B., and it says, former band member of Russ Russell, overnight DJ replacing Charlie Douglas, and now out here all over the internet. Howdy, Dave. I thought that was so fun.
Wow.
Nicely done. By the way, Tara, speaking of really fun stuff, Scat Pack actually brought up Branson, Missouri, about Silver Dollar, and 4-Art responded, Scat Pack, oh yeah, Silver Dollar City has some good coasters. Wildfire was my first attempt after my wreck. I literally had to sit on a park bench for 45 minutes before I could walk again.
Oh my God.
Wow.
So Scat Pack's dropping in Silver Dollar City, 4-Art is rising to the occasion and then collapsing into a bench for 45 minutes after that. That's how a little roller coaster talk this morning is never a bad thing. Who else is making the comments out there?
Oh my gosh, so many people. We have this really long comment. I'll try to get through it real quick, but it's from Donald L. It actually came in through our contact form at radionemo.com. So yes, you can send us messages there too. Scroll down on the home page, fill out the form, and we will receive your messages there as well. This one says, good afternoon, Jimmy Mack. I've been listening to your father-in-law, Dave Nemo, for 18 years and never got the chance to call in. I also catch your show on Saturday mornings while paying bills. My family was in the U.S. postal trucking business, and I worked in heavy-duty towing from the 70s through 2008. I've listened to the Dave Nemo Show 6 to 11 for years while traveling as a field investigator for Massachusetts, RMV. Dave, you're both great. You were born with the gift of gab.
Wow, that was a really nice comment.
Oh,
No, I'm serious.
No, I know. By the way, you can't. When we get the video stuff going on over here, a lot of this will make sense, because what happens is that Tara will read these comments, and I mean some lovely stuff, and I'm talking about some longtime riders with us, and Dave will just kind of sit back and mouth at me, wow, and I'm like, maybe you should say that on the air as well. So he started saying it. He's actually started kind of sharing his emotional reactions to that, which is really groovy. It's really groovy. I mean, okay.
I know. I cannot wait for you guys to get video for all the reasons, because you guys have such great banter. You and Lindsay, you and Dave, like on and off the air, and just seeing your facial expressions like live. We're just building this. We have just audio. Now we have the chat room. And then you guys are going to be able to see everything, hopefully really soon. So that'll be really interesting to see.
By the way, I wanted to let you know, Madison has declared Monday's Movie T-Shirt Monday. And a few people out there tried to hack it and add bands to it. And I put my foot down and said, if you don't have any movie T-shirts, get your butt on Redbubble right now and order some. I actually brought the entire pantheon of Universal horror movies. I'm wearing that. Madison, though, really rose to the occasion. She's got a Jaws T-shirt on right now. Yeah. Nemo, 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 no! Nemo, yes! Yes, that's what's going on. So Dave's going to have a movie T-shirt next Monday.
I am just now sending you a link, Tara, to a song in honor of what we're talking about here. It's a song by Hal Willis. He's a Canadian artist, and in 1966, and we used to play this on the Road Gang all the time. It was called "Doggin' in the U.S. Mail," and it's a very short little song, a minute 55.
I was wondering I'm like going, how are we talking about this right now? And then I realized, okay, it's got a mail connection. Okay, I'm kind of down with that. I'm kind of with it. What else we got, T? What else is happening out there?
Well, speaking of things being played on WWL, I've been dropping quite a few reels lately, and one of them was a scattered stack of some old trucking records, and some cool memorabilia has made it over to the new studio. Some signed toy trucks, including the Trucking Bozo wrap that I saw while I was there, some rare old records, the numbered copies from the old Road Gang days. Was there anything that made it over to the studio that sparked a memory or surprised you that maybe you even forgot existed that made it that way?
It's kind of interesting, and Jim mentioned that a little bit earlier.
This is so cool, Tara. This is so cool.
I kind of almost don't even want to give you the date on this thing, so I won't. So never mind. Forget I said that.
I will tell you, though, that Dave found a magazine that is so relevant to the now, and yet it's from the then, and we will leave it at that. But there's a magazine, beautiful old magazine, when they used to actually make beautiful old magazines, when they were still beautiful young magazines. Really groovy thing, and we were going to open the show talking about it, but we just kind of got tracked on the side. We got Chowder on the phone, wants to say good morning to the entire gang, so hold on tight, T. Here he is. It's tea time for Tara. It's also chowing time with Chowder. What's going on, man?
Morning there, touchdown, terrific, tea time, turtle of a Tara. Hope everything's going well for you. Too bad it's not Tuesday or Thursday. We could throw 2 more teas in.
Just terrific.
I love
Always,
it, yeah.
I learned that from my sensei master, the great Jimmy Mack, this word lingo trying thing. I'm not quite past Padawan yet, but we're working on it. But, hey, I really calling in because I'm, as much as I was anti-technology, and by no means have I accepted it fully, I'm really liking this, that I can call in and then go back and see what I missed and what I can't quite hear anytime I want. Although I have a tale of tragedy today to report. I wasn't able to make it. I wasn't able to make it to Maine, Jimmy Mack and crew.
Oh, man.
They decided halfway to Chicago that, as I had told them before, I didn't have time to make it. So they had me swap in Rochelle, Illinois, which is not a bad place if you like the state of Chicago and the city of Illinois. But I didn't really want to spend my Father's Day in a parking lot. So about 6 o'clock Father's Day morning, they called me up and I need to rescue a truck. Now, everybody has rescued trucks. It's nothing historic or heroic that the Chowder did. But when I got to the truck, after I dropped my trailer down by where he had to go get fixed, I get up there and they said he had a little smoke under his engine. That weren't the problem, Jimmy Mack. When you open the hood and tell him to start it so we can find out where the smoke is, it sounded like Animal from the Muppets playing a drum solo from a parking spot away. I'm thinking that ain't right.
No, that ain't right. By the way, on the most random sort of connective tissue there's a guy on the Talk of Ticks who actually has a video where it's like he plays this really rockin' song about a man rising and becoming a hero, and he shows how every single movie can be underscored with that song. And he has one of the Muppet movies where Animal grows to be like 60 feet tall and comes crashing out of the building. The one with Charles Durning. Anybody remember that Muppet movie? Anybody remember?
No.
I don't remember the name, but I've seen all of them.
But wait, there's a Sesame Street connection to today's program.
Can you tell me how to get there?
Later.
Oh, okay. We'll do it later. But yeah, I mean, it's. Go ahead, Chowder.
The best part of the Muppet movies is the 2 hagglers up in the box. That's the best part of anything Muppet. But
You got that.
that's right.
This is going to be the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
It's great. It's great. No, it's horrible. That's right. But so the speeded up CLEP version for us slower people. I get there. He can't move his truck at all, Jimmy, and he's got dead animal products on there that weighs a lot. I'm thinking, how do I get this truck out from under there so I can keep this load moving that has 1/8 of a tank of reefer fuel? I had to go get a strap, go get a 30-foot tow strap. Chowder in his exuberance forgot to get something to hold the strap to the truck, so I wrap it around 3 times, lace it through, and I go get every wrench I have in my truck, put it in a box, wrapped up little box so I don't break them, shove it through the loop, and I had to tug it out like a loose tooth. Then I had to wiggle around the curb in the truck to push his truck over to another one, grab the trailer and keep on moving, and I'm only going to end up being about a half hour late today.
Wow.
I got to tell you, tug it out like a loose tooth is one of the best descriptions I have ever heard in regards to communicating. Dude, I'm not kidding. You should really think about writing. You should really think about writing, even if it's only just paragraph form, and just kind of shooting that stuff out there, Chowder. That's gorgeous, because I know exactly what he meant, that thing where you start twitching it, Dave. You know what I'm talking about? If I can just, I do it all the time with bottles. You know what I'm saying? When I have, sometimes people screw on thermoses too tight, and I feel like I'm trying to get a tooth out, you know, where it's like,
Right.
you know. You
And
get
I
it.
guess
Well, right now.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
sorry about stepping on you. I can hardly hear you. But I'm not saying this story to bring gratification or attention to the chowder, but I'm trying to put it out there as a message of, back in the day, this is what we used to do to help each other out here. And it's darn time we get back to doing those things again without any recognition, but to just do what's right in the truck industry to help each other out, because nobody else is really going to help us out here.
Well, there's us, but that's about it. I'm telling you right now, everybody else out there on the radio really is just talking to hear themselves talk. We're talking to hear you talk. It doesn't make any sense, but I kind of like. I'm gonna stand by that. Chowder, we love you. We're gonna get you off this radio
All right,
coil.
love
but
you guys.
Thank
Have
you,
a
brother.
terrific day there. Triple, quadruple, Terra T's.
Thank you, Chowder.
Thank you, Chowder.
Tara the Tease is on. By the way,
That could be T''S or TEASE.
I know. T
Like,
apostrophe.
that's literally the next thing on my notes. It literally says, and now the T's, which is like wild.
And we don't even have cameras yet.
I know. Go on.
No, we don't.
We don't need no thinking cameras.
We have a big announcement coming at 9:45 Central today, don't we?
Oh, Nelly.
Yes, we do. The moving van is outside the door.
I know, it's so
Yes.
funny. It was so funny because the question I was going to ask you, Tara, is are you excited about the big announcement? Are you
I
excited?
am so excited. I tried to tease and stir the pot a little bit on Facebook with a post that's like, someone's moving in. We got a couple of comments. No, Jimmy is not literally moving into the studio, even though I thought that may happen. But no, metaphorically, someone is moving in on air with us. And I have a couple of comments. Really quickly, we'll get through. Kevin G guessed, maybe Claire Marie back from Cali. You guys want to debunk that? Confirm that?
Yeah, there's no Claire Marie coming back from Cali. I got to tell you, what is it? Swimming pools in the afternoon and hot tubs at night. Claire is not coming back. Claire might visit here, but Claire ain't coming back, man.
That's a good life.
Let me tell you something. Dave has been out there, and Dave, the moment we got out there, even though it rained a little bit on the beautiful days, Dave looked around and went, "I totally get why you guys aren't leaving." Dave was like, "This place is gorgeous.
It is gorgeous.
It's
A
gorgeous."
lot of people were guessing Lindsay. That is not. That's coming later. That's not what we're teasing now. Shannon Courier wanted to say, did y'all give me a show and not tell me? But I'm excited to see everyone
That was a
moving in.
great.
Actually, it starts at 11 o'clock this morning. So, Shannon, if you're listening, you better get your ass in gear, pal. Come on.
Yeah, you're late, girl. You're late. But last one. Fred Flintstone says, I think I know who it is. And if it is, the corporate overlords are going to be fuming. And Fred, I'm going to leave off right there. I'm going to stop. But you guys got to tune in 9:45 Central for the big reveal.
You know, everybody, well, there are two people in the studio here that are wearing movie T-shirts on this Movie T-shirt Monday. But let me make a movie reference here. Because when I saw your post with the moving van, my first reaction is, we're going to need a bigger truck.
Nemo.
Yes.
Nemo. 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 No, by the way, our good friend Scat Pack Garage and Trucking simply has, I like Tara. That's what he wrote. Straight up, simple, to the point.
I like Scat Pack.
I thought you
period.
might. I thought you might.
Scat Pack.
By the way, I'm going to tell you something about Scat Pack. He actually, when we went to the driver's lounge for Rees Across America, he actually slid into the booth while it was broadcasting the show, Dave. And I said, do you want to talk? He said, no, not really. Just want to see how things are done behind the scenes. Just want to sit here and enjoy the show.
Yeah.
And it was awesome. I gave him a headset. By the way, He actually is wearing a Dukes of Hazzard T-shirt. Madison, can we give him a pass on that? That counts. It's a TV show, but we'll give him a pass. By the way, bonus points
Did
at
they make a
615. Actually, it was a movie before it was. Waylon Jennings was the balladeer in that movie, but the movie is not called The Dukes of Hazzard. Points to anybody at 615-292-6366. Anyone who calls that number and tells me what the original movie was. I'll also shout it out here if anybody writes it on the chat. I'm sorry, Tara, this is supposed to be about you and your Breaker Back Talk. What else is going on?
Whew, there's so much going on, guys. We have a comment from Dwayne O. that says, please continue to post the House bills and FMCSA regulations. I've learned a lot and always enjoyed listening to you.
And by the way, is anybody surprised that Scat Pack got the proper answer? It is Moon Runners. And by the way, I don't know if you know this, Dave, but you know who one of the stars is playing one of the Duke brothers in that?
No.
Bob Mitchum's son.
Oh.
Robert Mitchum's son is one
Yeah.
of the two brothers, which is a really, really groovy thing because he actually is in a movie in the 50s that is the inspiration for Moon Runners.
Yes.
I can't remember the title of it right now, but somebody will think about it and either call us or put it on the...
I can hear the song because Robert Mitchum wrote the movie script.
Yeah.
He directed the movie.
And
he wrote the song and sang the song.
And the son's in it. And the son
what
is
was
in
the
it.
name of the song? Da, 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 da,
Is it like, it's
da,
not
da,
Hot Rod, it's not Hot Rods from Hell, and it's not Thunder Road. Is it Thunder Road?
Thunder Road.
It's Thunder Road.
Thunder Road.
It's Thunder Road. Not Springsteen, but Thunder Road. Go on, Tara.
Go on. That's my favorite thing. But from the trucking vinyl reels, we got a lot of comments there. One from Chucky says, Dave, I remember many of these songs from when you played them late night on WWL. Danny Nassif commented, I have the Jerry Reed album. I thought that one was really cool. There were a ton in there. I did pick and choose some that I remembered from Trekking Tunes Tuesday and put those on the ground instead of some of the others that I didn't really recognize. So a lot of those came from that series. Carl M. commented, I was scrolling YouTube and found a Road Gang show from January 1988. Great music in trucking history, especially those old Nemo commercials for trucking companies and truck stops that no longer exist. And Dave, my feed has been flooded with old Road Gang and WWL clips on YouTube that some people have been posting full shows. And some of it was not used, it was other hosts. I know. I don't know if they recorded it way back then and they somehow got it onto YouTube,
They
but
must
there
have.
are so many.
Yeah.
They were surfacing, and I would love to start reposting them for you guys because they are a blast from the past, to say the least. And some of them weren't you hosting, but then the commercial breaks would come on, and you sound a little different, but I could absolutely tell it was your voice. Obviously, your voice is iconic, and
my voice had not developed by that time.
It hadn't developed that rich timbre we've all come to know and love so well. Really groovy. Let me really quickly, Tara, before we forget, we got a big lineup today along with our good friend T tied with Tara. I got a U.S. Open golf report that is spectacular. It's the winner, how he won, Tara. I don't know if you saw it, but if you get a chance, just look up the U.S. Open. And he won on the final putt. He dropped a 65-foot putt to win the whole frickin' thing. Ben Wilkens, a good friend of the show, is joining us at the top, followed by another friend, Mark Schremmer. Influencer Joe Eldridge, who we know from Matt's, is going to be on the scene. Michael Freeze makes his return. Kevin Burch. Tyson Fisher, who got himself a big old promotion. NACFE is going to be joining us. Tony Sirota. It's Sirota, right? I got that right? It's Sirota?
Sirota.
Sirota. Okay, got that right. And then, of course, we'll end the entire thing with an hour of power with the Pittsburgh Power Pit Stop. All of that, by the way, is brought to you by our friends at ShadyRays.com. Go to ShadyRays.com and make sure you check out their lost and broken protection programs. Don't forget, when things are this bright, you got to wear shades, and they've got your back at ShadyRays.com. Tara, go on.
I'll be honest, guys. I don't have much left. I was supposed to be out of here about 5 minutes ago or so I've ran out of things on my list. We have tons of comments, but I didn't think I'd get to that many. So I will see you guys later. And for the first time ever, Turtle is out of things to say. That never usually happens. So thanks for having me this morning.
Oh, you got it. And by the way, you're not out of things to say. You just didn't expect to be pulled along this far and this long. There's still plenty out there.
Yeah, we had plenty of comments I could have gotten to, but I didn't have them all pulled today because I didn't think I'd get that far. So thanks, guys, for having me. And I'm excited for everybody and my friend Truck Show Joe. Very excited for that one.
Yeah, Truck Show Joe is a good dude. And by the way, as Tara wrote, I'm already confused. Our good friend Four Out wrote, real life, Jerry Rushing inspired Moonrunners, drove a car named Traveler. Tied to the Dukes of Hazzard, Traveler was the name of General Lee's horse. There you go. The numbers keep increasing. People keep on joining the resistance. Head over to radionemo.com. Make the miracle happen over there by subscribing to our newsletter. Dre, we got some phone calls coming in. Who we got in the house?
Pack Rat!
Pack Rat's here. Pack Rat's alive. Pack Rat's well. Did you watch the U.S. Open at all? Did you care?
I watched a bit of it.
You know, you think golf on television is bad, and then there's golf on radio, which is beyond the scope.
Let me tell you, man. Let me tell you something right now. I turned that TV off for a little bit, thinking that it was going to be kind of a ho-hum event, and then I turned it back on for one of the most amazing finishes I ever saw in my life. Shohei Ohtani, by the way, speaking of sports, is going to be returning to the pitching mound tonight. The greatest player in the world. One of the great hitters in the world is actually a knock-your-lights-out pitcher as well. He returns to the mound. But I'm sure Pack Rat wants to talk about football. What's on your mind, Pack Rat?
Well, I was going to talk to you about roller coasters.
Bring it on.
On this anniversary, yes. 1884.
Okay. I can't do roller coasters anymore because I suffer from vertigo, and it gets kind of dicey for me. So
Sure. Understood.
But I remember, I don't know if you ever heard of in Edmonton, Alberta, the West Edmonton Mall, they have a theme park inside the mall, the shopping mall.
Oh, yeah.
And they have they have a roller coaster there, and this is actually bad news or sad news. A couple of the cars slipped the track, and it was a catastrophe. Four people ended up getting killed. I remember hearing that.
Wow.
Well, I'll tell you this about roller coasters. It's the same thing as other tragedies in the country. The moment we have to be deeply concerned about the safety of roller coasters in the country is when it stops being news. Do you follow what I'm saying there?
Okay.
The idea, if there were so many roller coaster accidents that they would just have a segment on it on a regular basis, it's kind of like, it's the truth, dude, because most car accidents go unreported. I mean, I don't mean they go unreported like they don't get taken care of, but what ends up happening is that they don't even report them on the news anymore because they happen all the time. Roller coaster accidents are few and far between. It's almost as safe to get on a roller coaster these days, at least in the United States. I can't speak for the rest of the world, particularly some of the other countries out there, but roller coasters are pretty safe, so when it goes sideways, it goes bad. Speaking of that, though, can you name another famous mall with a roller coaster inside of it, Pack Rat?
Oh, in Minneapolis.
You got
it.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. The Mall of the Americas.
I've been to that mall, actually. Yeah. Mall of the Americas. Yes, I remember that mall. Yes. And I remember my wife, we were there. We were waiting. We're getting a load there nearby. And so we thought we'd go to the Mall of America. And we said, well, we'll go have some Chinese food. And we look on the directory, and we looked to where the spot we're supposed to be. And it wasn't there. And then we asked information. Well, it's not there yet. It's going to be there eventually, but it's not. They haven't started building that restaurant yet. So
it's like going to the Nashville airport, by the way. Really quickly, I wanted to make the point too. Our good friend Pack Rat says he has a hard time now because of his vertigo. And I realized that 4 was in an accident. I wonder how many of our trucking friends out there, because of the wear and tear that being behind the wheel does to your ears. People forget that, Dave. The wear and tear of being inside of a truck, the damage it does to your ears and to your equilibrium. I wonder how many of our friends have a hard time these days riding roller coasters because of that, because of being a truck driver.
Interesting.
Be worth thinking about.
Yeah.
Pack Rat, we got one more phone call we got to get to. We love you, brother. We love you. All the best.
Okay. Dave, G-Mac, all the best.
All right.
Thanks, Pack Rat.
Who do I got?
Ooh, we got a Bandit.
Bandit is here for his first phone call. What's going on, B?
Oh, not a whole lot. My daughter has officially checked off 24 of the lower 48 states now.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
So,
half of the CONUS.
Yeah. The only thing she's missing from completing the Gulf Coast is Louisiana and Alabama now.
Yeah, skip one, come to the other. That's what I say.
Yeah.
You know, find your way down here, because everybody needs to come drive down to Louisiana so they can hear the thunk, the thunk, the thunk of the interstate system down here in Louisiana. They should have a sign. I've always said this, by the way. By the way, Jim Rockford said, everybody have a blessed day. I didn't realize Jim Rockford was a follower of this show. That's kind of cool. James Garner. What you got, Dre? We got 1 minute? Okay. Really quickly, Bandit, where is she headed next?
Well, right now we're headed to Hutchinson, Kansas to deliver a load, and then we're going to have to hold up till I get hours back at midnight.
Bandit, I want you to do me a favor. We got to take a break here, but I want you to tell people to join the resistance and then say then say Dave Nemo forever. Can you do it?
Yep.
Do it.
Get off your butts and join the resistance. Dave Nemo forever.
Yeah. I take this into a break, by the way. Ben Wilkens is coming up here just in a moment on Nemo Nation. Guys, he wasn't kidding. You go to radionemo.com and you subscribe over there. You get the newsletter. You can actually write us at weekends@radionemo.com and say, I want to be in the resistance. I have gotten all of your requests. If you made a request, you will be on the next mailing. We're going to be announcing over there who the winner, we've already announced it was Fred Flintstone, but what it is he did and how it is he won the Biscuits and Gravy Challenge. There are 4 more chances to win the Biscuits and Gravy Challenge. Then we're going to change it, and then we're going to break, as we're doing right now on Nemo Nation. Thank you, Dave. I know.
Oh, you're welcome.
I know you love a little bit of Ben Wilkens.
Ben Wilkens.
To you in less than 24 hours.
I'm a long-haul trucker. I don't have time for nonsense. So when I fuel up, I need to get in and get going with a fuel card that takes me there. Founded in 1978 by a trucker for truckers, Multi-Service Fuel Card is run by real, honest people who are there to help us road warriors keep our freight moving. And with nationwide acceptance, fuel discounts, and dedicated customer service, no matter where I'm going with Multi-Service Fuel Card, I never roll alone. Learn more at neverrollalone.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why wait. Did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.
Woohoo! Live from Fastport Studios in New Orleans, this is Nemo Nation. Take it away, Dave and Jimmy.
Speaking of Fastport, by the way, we want to give a shout out to our friends at Fastport, for whom this studio would not exist had they not stepped in and kind of helped us make that 6-week transition that we actually needed 6 months to do. How we're on the air is beyond a miracle. I will stop beating this particular horse the moment I stop being in awe and wonder of the Whiz Kids, Nick DeMeo, our good friend Foam Master Dre, Touchdown Tara, Tea Time with Tara. When we say tea, we mean teeing it up, not anybody having a fancy pants sip of any Earl Grey or nonsense like
no
that.
No crumpets?
No crumpets. No crumpets here.
What is a crumpet?
It's a fancy pants word for a sugared biscuit.
Ben Wilkens is with us from NMFTA.
Really quickly, I got to do this. I have to do this.
Okay.
Passport, by the way, is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Now, cometh the moment, cometh the Wilkens. Take it away, Dave.
Ben Wilkens, good morning.
Good morning. Awesome to be on the new platform, guys.
Whoa, it's awesome to have you because this is where you live, right? I mean, this is the world, and we thought that we were in the big world. This is the universe right here, man. It's amazing. Ben is the cybersecurity principal engineer, of course, at NMFTA, the National Motor Freight Traffic Association. Ben is with us on the program many times, and hopefully he'll continue to do that. But the question this morning that just developed, Ben, do you know what a crumpet is? Have you ever had a crumpet?
Well, I do, Dave. I've got a secret advantage here, though, because my wife is from the UK.
Oh, there you
I go over and visit her family over there pretty often. So I do the tea and crumpets regularly when we're over there.
Yeah. So what? It's one of those things where you hear it, you think you kind of know what it is. It's like a little pastry.
Yeah, they're like a tea cake, right?
Okay.
The best way to think
of the one that gets me every time I go over there, and I bring it up because we just had this conversation last night. We're getting ready for a trip over there, and I still stumble over the chips versus fries debate.
Oh my
chips
God!
Aren't chips over there? Chips are French fries, right? That's what they're referred to.
Yeah,
gets me every time.
By the way, and here's why: because Waterloo is still really fresh. Really fresh. They can't be calling anything a French fry over there. For those of you who don't know, a crumpet actually is the most equivalent thing in regards to the way it looks. It's someplace between a pancake and an English muffin. Is that fair?
That is. You load them up with butter.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically what you're telling us, the crumpet really is a vehicle for butter. I kind of like that. I can kind of go with it.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Got it.
Ben, what's happening, brother? What's going on?
Well, we've been all over the place here the last couple of weeks. We just released our cargo crime reduction framework, so the kind of the intersection of cybersecurity and cargo crime, cargo fraud. We've been focused on pretty heavily. And we've been traveling a little bit. We were just out at the Cyber Truck Challenge. So we sponsor an event that brings together industry, OEM, vehicle manufacturers, and students that are studying vehicle security, embedded technology security. And we come together for a week and learn and test and challenge each other. So that's always a good time.
Let me ask you this, too, because in regards to kind of bringing students together to do that thing, is it a selective process? Do kids sign up for it? I mean, I don't know if you heard about this, but by the way, there was the largest collection of people did 1, 2, 3 red light in Anaheim, California just the other day, and everybody was allowed to kind of play. How do you guys go about getting the students to get involved? How are they part of the process?
So there's an application process. They need to be in a related degree program, either a undergraduate or a graduate, postgraduate degree in the related field. They do apply, and then the applications are reviewed, and the students get selected, and we bring them in. So we fly them in and put them up, and they spend the week with the engineering teams from the OEMs and some pretty talented instructors in the field that volunteer their time. So.
Is there, my follow-up, and then Dave's got a question for you. My follow-up is, so there basically is a curriculum that is planned for these guys, and they kind of take them through to kind of get them up to speed. Is there a certificate? Is there any kind of testing? Will people be tested later? I mean, how does it kind of resolve itself?
Well, so the way this event is set up is we have 2 days of instruction, so it's pretty full on. They're long days. It's kind of like drinking out of a fire hose for the first couple of days. And
like the show,
that,
I understand.
Yeah. The second half of the week is what we call an assessment. So it's sort of a choose your own adventure. They can take what they've learned, and then they apply it in a practical environment, and then they present their findings at the end of the event on the final day, on the Friday. They present what they found and what they learned, what worked, what didn't work, and then they give that presentation to the vehicle owners, vehicle manufacturers.
Going back to the actual the piece, the literature, I guess you might call it, the Cargo Crime Reduction Framework, Ben. One of the things you point out is that first off, you can just get it. You put your name, your email address, that sort of thing, and download the report. As we've talked about in terms of the reports for the fleets, the owner-operators, the small fleet, the larger fleet. So all of this stuff that you guys are putting out, you're developing quite a library that folks can really use as reference, because this stuff is moving so fast. I'll bet the $35 billion that you note in the order, the page where you can sign up for the download, I'll bet that $35 billion is long past since maybe yesterday afternoon, right? I mean, this is growing so fast.
It is, yeah, and it's really exploded since the pandemic era. When everything went digital, went remote, and we really saw, there was a change in the buying patterns, the freight patterns, and there was also a change in the tactics being employed by cargo criminals, and it really exploded, the 2020 and 21 and since then, and it's not showing any signs of slowing down. They've found a profitable way to engage in fraud and steal cargo, and it's up to us to really find ways to start to change that trend, right? So it doesn't grow year over year over year. We can start to get out in front of it. And that's really what this is designed, is to really offer the number one kind of a primer on how these criminals engage in these activities, what techniques they're using, who's involved from both the threat actor and the law enforcement side, and then draw some, connections between prevention methods, both in we're kind of familiar with operational security, physical security, and trucking. We've been dealing with that for a long time. But cybersecurity is also directly related to preventing cargo crime. So that's really the dots we're trying to connect with this framework.
One of the things, and I don't want to draw a false parallel, Ben, and we only got about a minute left here, but Truckers Against Trafficking, they are still, after all of these years, still bringing awareness to the problem. Are you still bringing awareness to the problem? Are guys saying, well, my fleet's too small to worry about this?
It's all they do for a living, man. That's it.
Don't you?
I mean, right.
But nobody is... How do you feel about the prospects of people saying, oh, I get it?
Yeah, it is. That's really the name of the game. It's about awareness. It's about raising the awareness and really highlighting the point that no one is too small to be a target here. We're all targets. It's, you just don't want to be the easiest target. And we just repeat that message over and over. That's the motivation behind creating this library of resources, to really provide everyone with the tools and the resources they need and the education they need to, number one, understand the threat, but then also understand there's something you can do about it. And it doesn't have to break the bank to start to fight this stuff.
Cybersecurity Principal Engineer for NMFTA, Ben Wilkens, has joined us this morning. By the way, your new name is, I ain't got to run faster than the bear, Wilkens. I just got to run faster than you. Thank you, Ben.
I love it.
Thank you, Ben.
All right. Thanks, guys.
You got it, my friend. Hey, letting you guys know we move fast, we move furious here at Nemo Nation. You might want to actually check out a lot of the stuff we post over on the Book of Face and over on Instagram as well to keep you guys in the loop. Big congratulations, by the way, Dave, to JJ Spawn, who turned a miserable start and a miserable day at Oakmont into a triumph at the always impossibly difficult U.S. Open course, where it saw him make two unbelievable shots at the exact moment he needed them, on 17 and 18. His driver put him in a position to win a two-putt birdie on 17 that gave him the lead, and then on 18, needing two putts to win it, Jim Nance called it best. You don't need to make it, you just need two putts. And then he drained a 65-footer. How about one? Nance screamed out as the crowd and his wife and children on Father's Day went ecstatic. Big congratulations to JJ Spawn. Another big sports fan, by the way, joins us this morning. Mark Schremmer is here, Dave. You know Mark?
We do indeed. Good morning, Mark.
Hey, how are you guys?
Fantastic, man. Thanks for joining us here this morning.
Of course.
One of the things that, there's a couple of things that came up last week. and I know that you're interested in it, and that's the Transport Jobs Act, which, man, you know what? I'd like to meet the guys. There must be a guy in Washington who makes up names for bills. Transport, transitioning, retiring, and new service members to Port, Ocean, Rail, and Truck Jobs Act. My question about this is, given what Fastport does, and we're in the Fastport studios here, and their idea of you can be veteran friendly, or you can be veteran ready. And I think everybody is pretty much veteran friendly, and that's as far as it goes. This bill from Tom Barrett, who is a 22-year Army vet, a helicopter pilot, does a lot for veterans. He's got a couple of bills in Congress right now for veterans. Is this trip, as Bugs Bunny would say, is this trip really necessary? Is this just a piling on? What is this bill? Does this bill offer something that the others don't?
You know, I don't know. We were actually I was kind of talking to some people amongst ourselves here at Landline about that last week, and it's kind of hard to tell. Like, as you guys are both well aware, there a good percentage of truck drivers already are veterans, and it's not like that they're that transition and that jump, that leap hasn't been happening over the years. So I totally respect the idea of kind of removing some barriers, and certainly making as many opportunities for military veterans to get into whatever next phase of their profession are, and if trucking's the right fit for them, then absolutely. But yeah, it is interesting to see if these type of things are really where it's at. But they definitely sound good, and you're also well aware of how many people talk about the idea that being a driver shortage. OIDA obviously refutes that, and you can see that in a lot of the information that has come from academics. Bureau of Labor Statistics have said that there isn't a driver shortage. There's been a lot out there that has refuted that. One thing I'll say about this bill is that is not necessarily the avenue. They don't. A lot of times when they introduce these, they'll say the driver shortage. This is why we need to do this or that. They're not touting that as much in this bill. But yeah, if we can make the path easier for a military veteran to get into trucking, if that's what they want to do, I don't think that that's a bad idea. Obviously, there's going to be a better chance for them being ready to go and have some experience there.
Well, the other thing is that this, unlike a lot of attempts to onboard, essentially kids, to put more kids on the road or to kind of accelerate the training process, this actually is bringing people into the industry who expect stability, who expect to be paid, and who care deeply about their family. Not that everybody doesn't, but these people are looking for an opportunity for a career, which also sets up not filling in. I think there's a driver shortage, Mark, but I think it's a shortage of quality drivers who are willing to stick around because they get paid enough to do what they're supposed to do. If you're onboarding these men and women, they fall into the category of the kind of folks that OIDA supports as well, where it's like, we love having you because they're the kind of people that are going to fight for that kind of stuff. I want to shift gears here because you just recently wrote a story where you kind of let the facts speak for themselves and kind of laid it out beautifully. You simply let people know truckers are paying 20 times more in highway trust fund contribution. I know these numbers, and I was still staggered in seeing them in print. Does it ever cease to amaze you how much more trucks pay than people on the highway?
No, it doesn't. And one of the things that's interesting, and a lot of this came from the OIDA Foundation, and they do a fantastic job over there of uncovering some of this information. But one of the things that's interesting about it, even when you talk about the amount of weight and damage that trucks do as opposed to a passenger vehicle, even the harshest critics will say that that at the extreme it might be like 40 cents a mile, but or somewhere in there. But if you look at it, even those harshest critics would say that the truck drivers are paying the fair share, even if you think that there is that much of a difference of what they're doing per mile as opposed to a car or an SUV. Even then, they're paying to that level. But yeah, when you look at it, just going from a couple cents a mile to 40 or whatever, yeah, it's a pretty dramatic difference when you're talking, like I said, about 20 times more that they're paying.
To quote my friend Mark Schremmer, in all, the average OIDA member contributes $42,132 per year to the Highway Trust Fund, while the average passenger vehicle driver contributes anywhere from $137 to $296 per year. Dave is just looking like he got hit in the face with a shovel, which is how most of the truck drivers out there feel when they see that sticker shock. We have enough time here, by the way. I want to remind people, Mark will be joining us on a regular basis here on Nemo Nation. Did you get a chance to do anything fun for this Father's Day weekend?
Yeah, we did a few things. We actually we went to Kansas City Current game, which is the women's professional soccer league. We did that on Saturday night, and then last night actually it's got a interesting thing with my family dynamic. My wife's mom's birthday was yesterday, so last week I actually went down to Pittsburgh, Kansas, and did Father's Day with my dad last week, and then we celebrated with my wife's mom for her birthday yesterday. So, yeah, it was just a little bit of everything. It's definitely been a busy couple of weekends in a row.
Ooh, your dance card was full.
Yeah, the only thing that supersedes Father's Day is your mother-in-law's birthday. And by the way, there's a lot of married men out there who would absolutely agree with that sentiment. Did you watch any of the U.S. Open?
Really, no. I didn't watch a whole lot of it. It was kind of like going from one event to the next, so I didn't get a whole lot of chance to watch too much of the U.S. Open yesterday.
Mark, really quickly, we got to let you float out of here, but tell people where they can find you on the social medias and where all your stuff is coming. What are you be looking at next?
Yeah, landline.media is where you can find all of our work, and then for Twitter, I'm at Schrem landline, just SCHREM, the first letters of my last name, and then we're looking at a lot of stuff. We're looking at some things that NITS is doing with autonomous vehicles. Stuff we're working on this week. I think we're going to hear more about speed limiters, the highway bill. There's going to be a lot of things here coming in the coming weeks and coming months here in trucking.
Mark Schremmer, thanks for being a part of Nemo Nation. Thanks for being the next show after the first show. We appreciate you. Love having you, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys asking me.
Oh, thank you, Mark. Thank you so much.
Before we bring on our next guest, speaking of sports, there are a number of famous sports birthdays today worth giving shout-outs. All these folks, by the way, are alive and well. We'll get to a really famous American icon's birthday in just a little bit here. Roberto Duran, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
74 years old today. Phil Mickelson is 1 year younger than me. He turns 55 on this day. We are now the same age for this moment in time. Kerry Wood, he of the famous 20 strikeouts for the Chicago Cubs. If he hadn't thrown his arm out, who knows what kind of career he'd have. He's 48 today, and Justin Jefferson, who Andre knows is a Go Tiger, turns 26 today and has been a gift to all of our friends over there for the Minnesota Vikings. We shift again, Dave. Our next guest is here. Why don't you introduce him? Shall we kind of turn to Mr. Eldridge and give him a chance to jump into the conversation? Influencer extraordinaire, lean and mean and on the scene. Take it away, Dave.
Better known as Truck Show Joe Eldridge. Hey, Joe, good morning and welcome. Thanks for being with us.
Joe, do we have... There you are, Joe. What's going on, man? What do you know?
Oh, not too much. Hey, thanks for asking me on.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Where are you right now?
Kilgore, Texas. This is kind of home base for Southern Transport, so we're in Kilgore, Texas.
You're at the home terminal, huh? You guys are heavy haul.
Yeah, we do a lot of heavy haul stuff, oversized stuff like that. Too. We have like about 130 trucks doing that.
In fact, I cut myself. I should have gone on. You guys do heavy haul and then some. You got just about any. If it's immovable, you guys are the ones that do it.
Yeah, we do some really big stuff, and then we just have regular trucks for hauling regular loads too.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So you know what? I'm a little embarrassed. I was trying to keep track of where you are in terms of going to truck shows, because there are a lot of great shows out there, especially in the Southwest, that you go to. Are you just coming from one or heading to one right now?
I will be going to one this coming weekend. So we're getting a truck ready this week. We're kind of in what we call crunch time to get it done. It seems like there's always stuff to do to them, but we'll be at Houston, Texas this weekend at the Texas Trucking Show.
Joe,
okay.
I'm going to pivot on this and ask the next question, of course. Tell us how you get a truck ready, by the way. How you get it ready to go to the show.
Yeah, a lot of cleaning, just crossing T's and dotting I's. But this particular one, we had some stuff done, and we're having to redo a couple things just because it didn't turn out exactly how we thought it was going to, which happens a lot. So
never,
getting
huh?
Yeah, exactly. So getting some seats mounted in it properly, and just stuff like that. Touch up paint. We had some guys come out and do some paint, enhancements. So stuff like that.
Let me do another follow-up on that, too, by the way, because Dave and I were talking about what it means to be an influencer. And I know you probably would run away from that term. You're just like, I just do my job, I get out there, I spread the good word. But talk to me a little bit about how you kind of transitioned from just a guy who drove a truck for a living to suddenly being a person who is essentially not only an ambassador for your company, but an ambassador for trucking.
Well, I think it really started with a guy that I met named Kevin. And me and him just kind of clicked, and we started taking a lot of pictures. And we realized really quickly that our pictures kind of weren't good. So we got to looking at all these influencers as like, hey, we need to take pictures more like this. And I think that by doing that, it kind of changed the attention that the social media for the company was getting. And they kind of noticed, they noticed, hey, like, not only are these guys taking pictures, but the older guys that work here were starting to take a little bit better pictures because they saw kind of what we were posting. And there's a lot more to it than just that, but basically that's where it kind of exploded and took off. It's just getting noticed with those things.
Well, it's really kind of cool, Dave, because in many ways it's like, imitation is the highest form of flattery.
Sure.
And the idea that, it's always about getting permission, too, because sometimes, and I'm willing to bet this applies to you, you have ideas about how you'd like to do something. And then you say to yourself, well, nobody's going to like that. Or is that taking too much time? Or am I doing the right thing here? And then somebody else comes along and doesn't do exactly what you want to do, but they put the same kind of care and effort into it. And you say, you know what? You just gave me permission to do it. Was that kind of your experience?
Yeah, I definitely saw, I'd be like, man, I shouldn't post that. And then somebody did, and they got 1 million views. And I'm like, well, I probably should have done that. It seems like right now with the social media, it's like there's nothing that's the wrong answer. So there's a lot of stuff that I don't post. It takes a lot of time to edit these little videos and clips and stuff and to shoot them. And a lot of times I just leave them on my phone and never do anything with them. So I see people putting them out there, so I've probably got to get better at that, at going ahead and dropping those.
I want to do a shameless plug, Joe, for our own Tara Terrific Turtle, who does our video work and everything. We went up to Mid-America in Louisville, and we're driving back down to Nashville. We were gathered in Nashville to go to Louisville, and I'm driving the car. Lindsay is in the passenger seat. Tara's in the back seat on her phone, editing video from the truck show and going down the road at 70 miles an hour. That is yeah, you're right. There is a lot of work that goes into that stuff that folks don't realize.
Yeah. It's a lot to edit those videos and then just to like time the music to them. And I'm by no means any expert at it at all. I'm still learning stuff every day. So, but there is a lot more to it that people don't see.
Really quickly,
For sure.
I wanted to bounce something off of you. It's a theory that Dave and I both ascribe to. I don't think that anybody is in competition with anybody but themselves. I think given how fast and furious the world goes on around us, that all you have to do is produce good content, make sure it gets out there, and people will gravitate towards it, because once they're done with yours, they can go to somebody else's. And I think that, the old days of like fighting for share and all that are gone, and it's more about challenging yourself to come up with the next challenge. Is that how you feel about it?
Well, yeah, and it's like, it seems like all these people are talking about right now, just like I said before, about releasing more stuff. So it's like you're probably like you are your own worst critic. So just holding that back is probably exactly what you're talking about. I mean, you need to just go ahead and put it out there. Because maybe they'll watch 3 of your videos if they were up instead of going on to the next guy. So yeah, I feel like that's 100% true.
Joe, I wanted to make sure I got all this stuff in here too, because on Nemo Nation, things are fast and things are furious as we're beginning to approach the end of this particular segment. I know it seems like it's here and then we're gone. Tell people where they can find you. Give us a breakdown of all the deets and all the places where people can gravitate towards you, and then tell us about the show you're going to this weekend, and then we'll wrap it up.
Okay, yeah. So you can find me on pretty much all the social media platforms, TikTok, Snapchat, Facebook, Instagram, all those things. And pretty much everything's either Joe Eldridge or Truck Show Joe, and they're usually intertwined, so that's how you find me. And you can just search Truck Show Joe, and you'll find some stuff. There's a YouTube channel, that kind of thing. The company I work for, Southern Transport, so they have their own southerntransport.com and Southern Transport's Facebook page and Instagram and stuff like that.
And the show what's the show you're going to? Tell us about it in detail.
The Texas Trucking Show. It's in Houston, Texas. It's on Saturday and Sunday this week. I think that you can come. You have to register, but it's free to come. It's indoors, so if you like to walk around in the air conditioning, that's pretty cool. And there'll be lots of industry people there. And then we're doing a ton of shows after that. I usually post on the socials. Just stay tuned, and I'll tell you, we're going to be all over America.
All right, I have a shame. Dave had his shameless plug. I'm going to do a shameless plug for us here. Would you please make sure you tag the living heck out of us on all your adventures and let people know that there's a new platform and it's the Wild West over here?
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Thank you, Joe. Be safe.
The show in Houston is in the NRG Center.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Nemo Nation will continue after this upcoming break here. Go to radionemo.com and subscribe to make sure you get our newsletter. Head on over to the Tube of You, where you can actually not only stream and watch the show, you can also be a part of the chat that's happening over there. You can find us on the Book of Face. And we got a big announcement, don't forget, coming up at 9:45 in the middle of an interview with Anthony Sciarrotta. My Sciarrotta. We'll be back. Not Anthony. What's his name?
Tony.
Oh, Anthony.
Well, yeah,
okay. I got it right.
I've never called him Anthony.
We'll take a quick break here. We'll come back on the other side. Lots of great guests coming your way. Nemo Nation. Hashtag Nemo Nation.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering. Remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers. Last time I saw Michael
I was going to say, last time I listened to Dave Nemo was just now when we're live from Road Gang Radio. Well, now Road Gang's tomorrow. Let's do some Nemo Nation today. Take it away, Jimmy.
Nemo Nation, we're getting it down. We're getting this format down. We're learning a lot of things on the fly. 6 months of work in 6 weeks. It's been nothing short of extraordinary. One of our favorite people is coming up in here in a moment, and I'm going to let Dave Nemo himself do the honors of the introduction. Dave, take it away.
Michael Freeze is joining us here, and Michael, of course, He is the features editor at Transport Topics. And Michael, good morning. And I don't know if I was on the air when I said this, but the last time we saw each other, you were looking for Jimmy. Well, you found him.
You found me, brother.
That was in Nashville at the convention center, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, it was. Yeah, Mr. Nemo. I'm glad to be on, but I'm glad I got the both of you. That's great.
Happy Father's Day, by the way, dude. You're a good dad who's got a lot of friends who know that about you, and I'm just thrilled to have you on the day after Father's Day. Before we even dig into what you guys are working on over there at the Transportive Topics, what did you do for Father's Day, Mike?
Well, the Father's that I had was pretty relaxed. We were doing a lot of things around the house. And one of the things my wife wanted to do was just to make sure that I didn't do anything, that I didn't need to do anything. So I was just a relaxing day, and the family took me out to dinner, and it was pretty low key, but it was a pretty nice and relaxing weekend.
By the way, I just saw this comedian who came on the air and said, "Don't get Dad a tie, don't get Dad any socks, don't get Dad any sweaters, don't do any of that stuff. How about on Father's Day you just leave Dad alone?" And there's something go ahead, Mike.
No, I did get a pair of socks, so that you can't get away from that. So.
Well, wear them once, make sure you represent them, let people know you're getting down, and then after that's all said and done, just be like, okay, I've worn the socks, now can we please get back to me doing nothing and sitting in a chair and just watching some stuff on TV while people tell me Happy Father's Day. That's a really groovy thing. Dave actually is really interested in what you're working on next. Dave, you want to prep that question up for him?
Well, yeah, not so much a question, but Michael, one of the things that you're putting something together on eTrues. That sounds like a dating site or something. The electric truck refrigeration unit, reefers is basically what we're talking about here. I guess all of the numbers are not quite in on this, but it seems to me as that we're trending this way. How fast we trend, I guess, is now the big question, right? And how many bumps are in that road?
I'm glad you brought that up, Dave. The ETRUs, which are the electric refrigeration systems, or reefers, as they're commonly known as. There has been a push in the industry to have a greener refrigeration system where. When we're talking about a world of electric vehicles and alternative vehicles, we definitely want to bring that efficiency to the trailer side. And there's been a lot of innovation when it comes to that, especially in the sense of just, as I mentioned before, just the saving of energy, the saving of energy costs, and what some of the OEMs are doing to pretty much maximize those savings for fleets. But also, as you mentioned, there's still that, you have the latest and greatest new thing, but for fleets, will it make sense? Will it be viable to bring in, an electric TRU versus the traditional ones that they have, and they've been serving well. But when you're talking about an efficiency standpoint, you do want to have a greener industry, but at the same time, you don't want to spend a lot of money, in order to save some costs on the other end, and at the end, you're actually spending more money. So that's what this article kind of lays the groundwork for. So it's just the new innovation of it, but also there's challenges ahead, and the fleets out there, the maintenance managers, the directors of maintenance who have to make these decisions. These are the kind of factors that they have to deal with, and this article lays that out.
One of the things about the word alternative, and this started just to dawn on me, I think, Michael, a little bit, is I don't know that alternative is a good word to use anymore, because to me it's counter to the standard. It's kind of a wild idea, like an alternative lifestyle. What's an alternative lifestyle? And then you get on all these weird things and whatnot. Because the permanence of diesel is going to end. It's going to go away. And electricity will never go away. It's part of nature. Benjamin Franklin proved that on this date, by the way. He did the key and the, what do you call that thing? The kite thing on this date. Yeah. So what I'm getting at is that we tend to discount that thing about alternative, and there are so many of them out there, and we know that all of them are not going to survive. So where do we put our investment? Do we put our investment in something that's not going to last, like the CD or the cassette tape in our world? You know what I mean?
Oh, Dave, you're in my wheelhouse right now.
Oh, okay.
When it comes,
it's a good wheelhouse to be in. Thank you.
Perspective-wise, but it's the reason why I say that is it's three things. One, you're mentioning the word alternative itself. The word alternative meaning the alternative to diesel. I think that's what we're all saying.
Yeah.
And as you're right, we might get caught up in the latest and greatest. When you're talking about hydrogen, and then you might talk about just other fuels that maybe propane, or if you really want to get out there.
Maybe propane, and propane products.
Bobby, propane products.
Exactly. I mean, but when we say alternative, we're actually meaning alternative to diesel. So I mean, but like you said, it's easy to get bogged down into the newest and the latest and greatest. And the second thing is, you have in these alternative fuels, especially hydrogen. That is something that we do have the infrastructure for. That is something that will, relatively compared to electric vehicles, that's something that could be turned around when and if fleets are facing having to use alternative fuels. So I think when it comes to a stepping stone, I think that one is not much as a steep one when it comes to the other sources of energy for the trucks to go down the road. And the third one, which really I think Dave highlights that point where you're talking about the innovations when it comes to the CDs. When CDs came out, we were told that they won't scratch. It's a perfect sounding platform. We never have to use tapes again or even albums. So you see where we're at right now.
Yeah.
So there is going to be some type of bell curve when it comes to these innovations. I think we're in a moment right now where we're just kind of ironing out those kinks.
It's interesting too, because you brought up earlier the idea that, and I can sum it up by putting it this way: we need to be able to distinguish between what we want and what we can, because there are a lot of people that want electric vehicles everywhere, electric vehicle uber alles everywhere for everybody to enjoy. The problem is that while we might want that, we can't do that right now. We can do hydrogen, is what you're saying. And that there seems to be a resistance in the industry sometimes between like looking at what can be possibly done and simply jumping on top of that. That's what happened with CDs, by the way. They knew ultimately where they were headed. But in the meantime, they knew they could do CDs. They knew they could do them. So they got them out there, and that actually served as a really great bridge transition to get us to where we are with digital downloads. So it might behoove the industry, if they really, not the industry, but also the people who are invested in a greener world, to maybe get on top of hydrogen, since the infrastructure exists, and push that more than EVs, which don't have anywhere near what is necessary, either from a grid or from an infrastructure to get going. How to do?
I think I couldn't say this perfectly. It's the whole term of that, where you're talking about the bridge. I think that's where we're at in the industry. I think we're kind of in the mid of that, in the sense of we have to do something. I mean, the rubber is going to meet the road. I mean, the costs are coming in, and then you have these extenuating factors with the tariffs, with regulations when it comes to EVs, with what the administration did last week. So there's a lot of uncertainty involved. So the industry in itself has to figure out which direction that it wants to go. So I think this is a space to be watched.
There has always been a political undertow of everything in human history. So but But in our world here in, let's say, 20th century, 21st century America, infrastructure, transportation, it was never political. It is now, and it seems inextricably political. So what you don't like on a political level can affect now what goes or does not go on the side of the road when you stop and you need some kind of energy refresh. How can we? How frustrating is that for you?
I think. Well, I mean, from where I'm standing,
Frustrating.
It's frustrating in the sense that there's no clarity on the future. I think if we had a plan of where we wanted to go, if there was some type of initiative or some objective, well, let me go back, Dave. Where the OEMs, one that comes to mind, Cummins. They have the Destination 2035 program where they're going to have a goal of being zero carbon by the year 2035. I mean, those are the initiatives that we were seeing 2 to 5 years ago, where companies are having goals of being carbon negative. And with the actions of the administration right now in opting going to a different direction, there is quite a bit of uncertainty. These OEMs have invested millions into these projects to create a greener industry, and just knowing that the actions politically are going to provide some type of a roadblock for that. So having that clarity, I think, is the biggest hurdle the industry is facing right now from where I'm standing, and it's just a point where those in the industry are saying just pick a direction and let's move toward that. But as fragmented as the trucking industry is, that's a heavy load. So having some direction will help. Even if it's in the slightest. But I mean, it'll help positively.
Here's my takeaway. The lack of clarity about the future is due to politics, and always has been, because people got to have their say before anything can move forward. Speaking of having his say, Michael Freeze has had his say on the show this morning. Welcome to the new format, my friend, Fast and Furious. Where can people find you, Michael, on all the social medias and all the newfangled technologies?
Well, you can find me on X at Michael V. Freeze. I'm also on LinkedIn as well, and you can definitely get the latest in trucking by going to ttnews.com.
Michael Freeze, it's great to have you, brother. Thank you so much for making the time, and thank you for being on one of the initial Nemo Nations. We hope to hear more from you. I know we'll hear more from you. Thank you, Michael.
No problem. See you guys again.
Thank you, Michael Freeze, everybody.
I have a quote for you, Dave. News is what someone once suppressed. Everything else is advertising. Those are the words of Katharine Graham, the famous, editor-in-chief owner, actually, the owner of the whole enchilada known as the Washington Post. She was born on this day in 1917. Love that quote. News is what someone once suppressed. Everything else is advertising. And what's interesting, too, these days is that there are people who can write PR, press releases, that, man, if you don't know how to read news, you think you're looking at a news story. And they're hoping you do, so you just pull it off the wire and just start reading it. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. Dave and I will look at some of the press releases and go, man, I could just share this, but, man, they left out a lot of stuff, usually the stuff that makes them look bad. You know who makes us look good?
Ooh. Who makes us look good?
Kevin Burch.
He does.
We've been dying to get him back.
He's good looking, too.
He's a good looking dude, man. He's a good looking dude. And he's here, actually, on Nemo Nation, his first appearance. Hey, Kevin, welcome aboard, my friend.
Kevin. Hey, how you doing, Jimmy Mac?
I'm good, brother. And say good morning to Dave Nemo.
Dave Nemo. Good morning from Dayton, Ohio.
Ah, good morning. Good morning. Back at the homestead, huh?
There you go.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful Monday morning. I was looking forward to speaking to you all. It's been a while, and looking forward to, talking to the listeners and whatnot about trucking.
Hashtag nothing without trucking. Have you heard that before?
I did. Prior to that, it was TMAF, Trucking Moves America Forward, wasn't it?
Yes. And every time I think about you, I always flash on that scene with we're all on the Elizabeth Barnes there. We had Todd Spencer from OOIDA was there, and we kicked off TMAF on the flatbed stage behind the convention center in Louisville. How many years ago? Was that 10 years?
You're close. It's coming up on 11 years.
Wow. Okay.
Kevin, let me ask you something real quick. It's 11 years. 11 years. This is, and by the way, the first person in trucking I met outside of Radio Nemo was Kevin.
Wow.
Met him at the not Matt's. Met him at GATS.
Oh, GATS.
At the Great American Truck Show, and we actually struck up a friendship right at that moment. And Kevin, the way we kind of do stuff around here is with this new show and this new format, we'd love to get your take on what it is you're looking at these days, what it is you're tracking, and what it is you're keeping up with. So what is on your mind? Where are you? Where is your focus? And where are you at?
Well, thank you again for the few minutes that we have, because it's important that we continue to tell our story. I mean, Dave's been telling. He and I are about the same age. We've been trying to tell our story for a lot of years, decades, and we just can't let the foot off the accelerator, if you will. So what keeps me up, or what am I thinking about? Well, Dave, you mentioned Nothing Without Trucking. That's a new image, if you will, for the trucking industry. We went from TMAF, which was about 10 years old, into Nothing Without Trucking, and that's starting to get a little momentum going. Back during COVID, let's face it, that was an opportunity. As you all know, is that I'm an optimist, and I look at things a little bit differently. That was an opportunity for us to tell our story about how vital we are as an industry in keeping America's goods moving and the shelves full, because I tell you what, we became the heroes during that time, and we added a lot of information to the public on what we do and why we do what we do safely, moving America's goods. So I'm concerned about that, but it's the other thing that I think, Jimmy Mack, to ask you about mention about what's going on. We had a driver shortage. I think indirectly, the economy's kind of taking care of some of that. But this retention is so important, how we treat our men and women, not only behind the wheel, but the technicians, and also still informing the public what we do. Let's face it, our companies are operating pennies on the dollar. And during COVID, everybody got a pay raise in trucking. And that's good. They were well overdue. But what's concerning to me is that, it's tough for companies now to invest and keep going. They're challenged, I think, more now than many years, the last 20, 30 years, because of higher cost, pay raises, and unfortunately, because of the slowness in the economy, the rates aren't there, and it's hard. I mean, let's just face it. This reminds me of 2010 and 2011 when we lost a lot of carriers. It's not all positive. It's not all negative. I'm just a realist. I'm just saying we're being challenged, whether you're a trucking company of 5 trucks or one with 15,000. We all have those same issues right now. And, let's hope that we've got better days ahead for our industry.
I wanted to kind of follow up on something, because for the people who don't know, and Kevin doesn't toot his own horn, Kevin has been in the past one of the recipients of the Lee J. Crittenden Memorial Award for the Professional Truck Driver Institute. And that award is basically was given for your support of highly skilled, safe, and professional drivers. You're a big fan of the idea that this is a profession, not simply a job. And so I'm kind of curious. We talked about retention a little bit here, Kevin, but I would love your thoughts on, given the atmosphere right now, because you're right, it's a kind of a push-pull. Rates are falling. There's a capacity situation going on right now, but it does mean the people who still are in the market and still fighting the good fight and making money want to hold on to their quality drivers. What strategies do you see being necessary to make sure your retention numbers stay up and that you're not churning and burning?
Well, I tell you what, truckers, we seem to get the job done no matter what, but it's got to start from the top up. My friendly competitors and colleagues and whatnot, it's the culture of the company. And, I think years ago, Dave and Jimmy, we use that word kind of loosely, culture. But I'm here to tell you that we all basically use the same computers, the same selection, if you will, of trucks and trailers and manufacturers. But when it comes to the actual running of a company, it's the culture. And there's nothing better than to have a great culture. And a driver, male or female, they can detect if you don't have a culture and if you don't actually do what you say you're going to do. And they're pretty smart. And in saying that, this retention is spot on right now because drivers are looking and they're moving. And you all know it costs a lot of money to retain a driver. But it's worth it because good drivers are hard to find. Not everybody can be a truck driver. I get it. But there's a lot of people out there right now that are in this transition. Once again, I hate to say it, but we're up around probably as an industry 95 to 100% on driver turnover. That's not good.
Well, it's not good.
It's got to be the culture.
But it's pretty average too. If you take a look, I remember seeing a number, and this is years ago, Kevin, but trucking had a 138% turnover ratio at one point. It's always been like that. But one of the things that you point out is it costs a lot of money to lose a driver and costs a lot of money to bring a driver on, but the driver is also losing money usually when they leave a company because a lot of times they don't do it right or they don't take a look at the long-term loss that they'll get in, say, like a 401k or some kind of
They get the bonus
plan.
and don't realize that the bonus is covering walking into a situation with a toxic culture. That the bonus is the way they get people into some of those cultures that Kevin is so afraid of. Sorry about that. I just wanted to jump in there with that.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of things that go on to the driver that aren't apparent until it's too late to turn back a lot of times. Is that a harder? I guess it's hard to get that message across to somebody.
Well, I tell you what, I got some whiskers on this chin of mine, and I can tell you that over the years, I probably saved some drivers leaving by just doing, I guess, forget about the phone calls and the internet and whatnot, text messages. But when you do eyeball to eyeball to a gentleman or a woman that's contemplating to leave, the new company, it may be so much per mile, maybe a penny more, maybe a nickel more, but how many miles you're going to get. The other thing is there a holdback? Some companies have 1 week, 2 weeks. I mean, or now some of them have 3 week holdbacks. Mm-hmm. Do you have to drive further to and from work? So those are things that I try to get across to the driver, if you will, that, hey, listen, I'm not here to tell you what to do, but you're a family person. The family's got to be involved in this. But there may be a week or two, so you need to take a solid look at it and come across as sincere about what their future looks like by leaving for what they think is a lot more money, because chances are they're not looking at the whole picture. And you know what? That doesn't take that much time, you guys. It might take a half hour to maybe educate and let the driver know, it's not always greener on the other side.
Kevin, you set up a really interesting thing in regards to culture, because a lot of people use the word culture and it's just a buzzword. It's just another corporate speak. What you just did there, for all of our listeners out there, Kevin Burch, by the way, is joining us. He, of course, is Vice President, Governmental Affairs and Sales at Martin Transportation Systems, and a whole lot more than that. One of the best ambassadors for trucking in America. But one of the things you just kind of set up here really nicely is that what you just did, the idea of sitting down with somebody and saying, you want to leave. Let me help you leave. And I don't mean that in a negative way. Let's go through this and talk about what it's going to take, because Dave said it. He said doing it wrong. A lot of people leave wrong, don't understand. They just want to walk out the door. But if you have a line of communication, you can say, hey, let's figure out how you get out of here and keep on making money. If you can show them on paper that it's a mistake by simply working it through with them, there's a better chance that you retain them, correct?
Yeah, Jim Mack, you're 100% right on that. And what better, over the years I've noticed that you don't want a driver that has an attitude about the company. You want a driver that's got ideas and suggestions. I'm not talking about one that wants to change the company, if you will. But I certainly, over the years, like I said before, when these drivers, when you shake their hands and they've got 1 million, and you two both have done this, and 1 million miles of safe driving, 5 million miles of safe driving, that's a heck of a feat. But if you get a driver that's got suggestions on, they're the ones that are running the companies. I've said this before. Drivers drive the companies that handle our goods. And shame on us for not listening to them and seeing whether there is a partnership on it. If there isn't, they can see it and they move on and go somewhere else. But chances are that company's got some issues in other situations. But let's face it, these drivers, I don't care if you're talking EVs or if you're talking about autonomous trucking, we need to do a better job. We're doing better than what we were 10 years ago. We really are. And it's easy to put the negatives on it, but we got to continue to keep telling our story because it's changing. We need younger drivers. We need the technology. I get all that, but we also need to communicate. And sometimes we think we are, but we don't.
A few years back when the autonomous trucking thing started up, my joke used to be 3.5 million truck drivers out of work by next Thursday. Because that was kind of the buzz.
They laid them off yesterday. They all got laid off this morning. Yeah, it happened.
Yeah.
It happened.
In the talks that you have with drivers and prospective drivers, for that matter, especially maybe some older folks, do you think that the fear of the autonomous truck, disappearing all of the truck driving jobs in the world, do you think that's kind of faded away in people's minds and they understand the true perspective here, or is it still a big thing?
I can honestly say that the last 4 or 5 years, and that's been kind of that time period that we've been facing. I think every month that goes by, I think that people realize that there's a need still for the trucking driver. Maybe different dynamics in what they do, but we're going to need them. And so I'm saying I think we're weaning this thing down to reality, rather than just a media hype on what's going on. So I don't think that's. I think every month it's getting better as far as educating the people of what's going on.
There's a reason why Andrew Yang doesn't have a job and truck drivers do. He got it totally wrong. Hey, by the way, just really quickly, our good friend Mark wrote that for Father's Day he had Salisbury steak, mashed potatoes, corn, and a homemade pecan pie for his Father's Day dinner. Nice. What did you do yesterday on Sunday? Did you have a good day yesterday, Kevin?
Yeah, I tell you what, I just reflected. My dad passed away on Father's Day in 1988, and that's the year that I came to Dayton, Ohio. So yesterday was a reflection day. And then I watched a little bit of golf on TV and did some yard work. So I just kind of regrouped a little bit and I really had a good time.
By the way, did you see the putt that he made at the end of the match? Did you see it? The winning putt?
All 65 feet. I watched it.
Oh my God! Jim Nance saying he can do it in 2. How about in 1? And then to watch his wife and his children just erupt in joy with the rest of the crowd. Kevin, we're out of time, brother. I can't thank you enough for making the time. It's great to have you as an addition on one of the first Nemo Nations we've ever done. Thank you, brother.
God bless you guys. And Dave Nemo, good hearing from you. Jimmy Mack, keep spreading the word, and God bless all the listeners.
Kevin Burch, who lives in the no hype zone.
Yeah, I mean, he really does, doesn't he? I mean, and by the way, he over the course of time, what I love about him is a guy who kind of spreads the good word about trucking. He's also very honest about it. There's a lot of people who just want to give a lot of rah-rah, but he reminds us that a lot of these men and women need to be taken better care of. They need to be taken better care of. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back on the other side, Nemo Nation is coming at you. We got more. We are racked, packed, and stacked. We got a big announcement coming up at the end of the show, so you want to be around for that. Everybody tune in at 9:45. We'll be right back.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code Radio Nemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Oh, this is exactly what time it is. This is Nemo Nation, and you're riding shotgun once again with Jimmy Mack and Dave Nemo.
Our good friend Madison is actually making the miracle happen over there, getting those wires all accounted for and straightened out. We're still bringing stuff over. Dave brought a ton of stuff over this morning, lots of good stuff. He's scrambling around. You got all the time in the world, brother. Take your time. Take your time.
I'll just slow down a bit.
Tyson Fisher joins us at 10 after, man. This is a little space built in for exactly the thing you want to talk about. Really quickly, our friend Tara asked early on if there was anything that we had discovered in regards to Nemobilia, anything interesting out there, any records or magazines or anything. Dave actually has something. It's sitting right in front of him. So what you got going on over there, Dave?
I have an article that I'm going to read to you, but I want you to listen to it because you might be surprised as to where it came from and when it was written. You are a motorist. You pass 100 trucks and nothing happens. And then it does. On a super road, 2 tractor trailers race up the hill with 1 mile speed differential. You wait. Near a construction site, an empty dump truck thunders by. You cringe. On an expressway, a big rig passes on your right, cuts in the head. You brake. In a tunnel, a throbbing diesel roars up your tailpipe. You're afraid. Up front, another diesel belches smoke. You wheeze. Near the airport, a bus lets you have it with the air horn. You curse. At the corner of Main and Vine, a beer truck double parks, blocking both your lane and your view. You creep, and you make a note not to buy that brand. At night, a truck makes a sudden stop without brake lights. You hit it. In the lane next to you, a tire tread flaps in the breeze. You go like hell to get clear. On the ice, a trailer jackknifes. You pray. At a traffic light, a driver leans out of his cab to tell you where to go. You don't. For miles, you follow a big, black, dirty pair of doors. You wonder who they belong to, why they are there, and if the man up front pays as much taxes as you do. No sign gives you a clue to any of these unvoiced queries. Just blankness and dirt and not very good lights. Yet you, now listen to this, is the last line. I hope you're still with me. Yet you, the motorist, are expected to love and sympathize and support the truck. There's a couple of things in there to break out, but that came from a November 1969 edition of CCJ, the Commercial Car Journal, now the Commercial Carrier Journal. And that was the opening to the article. And then they explained that, no, don't ignore that. We need to know what your obligations are. What are you, repeat, you doing about this growing public relations problem? 1968, 3 years before trucking radio was born here in New Orleans with Charlie Douglas and the Road Gang.
1968, and you talk about the idea that everything old is new again, the future was yesterday. There are so many conversations that are going on in regards to trucking these days. Kevin brought it up too, the idea of the sheen of the heroism of COVID is over. Matter of fact, it's not only over, but the tide is once again turned against trucking. People are having the same sort of attitudes about all of this kind of stuff. I think part of the desire, Dave, that we've talked about with electric vehicles, I think part of the PR that EVs have gotten over the last 5 to 10 years, I'm sorry, automated vehicles, not EVs, automated vehicles, has been principally because those people have been saying to themselves, when can we get these guys off the road?
One of the things that Okay, nothing surprised me about that article because it's true, and I've been preaching the same thing, that this image thing, it used to be called, trucking's image used to be the thing. And then they moved it into Trucking Moves America Forward, now hashtags, nothing went on hashtags.
Well, by the way, we were so right to hold off on this article till after Kevin left.
Well, the timing is perfect. Because it kind of sets this discussion up. But here's the thing that caught me. All of that stuff you can figure, yeah, okay, this has happened, that's happened. But here's a point that I've been making about truckers, truck drivers. You know, there was a period in time, I want to say the 70s into the mid-80s, for about 15 years. It was an insult to call a truck driver a trucker.
We've talked about that before.
Driver.
Why is driver?
I don't know why. It's sort of like the word gay.
Yeah.
Back in the day, to be there were songs written about how gay this guy, the gay lifestyle. It was just being happy and carefree and go-lucky, just a regular guy.
The gay 90s.
The gay 90s, yeah. Everybody was having a good time.
Carefree and gay.
And we were just developing roller coasters and everything else. And then they took that word and changed that word, okay? I'm not saying for good or bad or indifferent. I'm just saying.
Well, they changed it for bad.
Changed.
They changed it for bad. They changed it as a euphemism to kind of, it started off, actually it was for good. It became a way of saying on the sly, he's a gay fella.
Mm-hmm.
And that, of course, used to mean a very kind of frivolous and upbeat and go with it fella. And then they kind of use it as a euphemism to say what could not be said. And then to say what could not be said, it then transformed into an insult. Now it is A-OK. We get the little rhyme thing going on there. But I dig where you're coming from. Is that the thing with trucker?
Well, this is what I'm getting at. So I've said this several times on the show fairly recently, that if you're driving if you're a four-wheeler and you're driving your car down the highway and a guy in a Mustang or an SUV cuts out in front of you, you say, look at that idiot, look at that numbskull, look at that blankety blank. You're talking about the guy behind the wheel.
Temerity, the umbrage.
Exactly, in a manner of speaking. It's about the person behind the wheel. But if a truck does it, like all of these things in this article, another diesel belches smoke, you wheeze on the expressway, big rig passes on your right, cuts ahead, you brake. And the last line of it, yet you, the motorist, are expected to love and sympathize and support the truck. Again, you never say, look at that Ford F-150 pull in front of me. No, you say, look at that idiot. When you see a 2007 Freightliner pulling a dry van, you don't say, look at that crazy truck driver.
It's a fire-breathing dragon. It's a fire-breathing dragon.
You don't say truck driver, you say, look at that truck. It's dehumanized. The truck is a separate, it might as well not have somebody in it.
Yeah. And it really lands. There's a reason why the movie Duel is about a truck and not about an SUV.
Yeah, it's funny how that movie can be so scary and yet it's so stupidly impossible.
It's also a warm-up for Jaws and Jurassic Park, by the way,
God.
right down to how it screams at the end when it goes over the cliff. We're going to go over the cliff if we don't get Tyson Fisher on here.
Oh, man, look at the time.
Don't you like this new format, dude? Isn't it amazing? You get to move through time and space.
No settling in here, I can tell you that right now.
It's like literally like Dave got up, he's like, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm like, you better go quick. And he came on back, racing back in. Tyson Fisher, by the way, friend of the show, joins us. He's the associate editor. Congratulations on that, by the way, over at Landline Media. He's been covering the trucking industry as a journalist for more than a decade. He covers all aspects of the game with a focus on parking, courts law, tech, and we mean AVs and EVs and everything in between, and the federal government, which means you got your hands full. It's a reason why you're an associate editor. Welcome aboard, Tyson, for your first stop on Nemo Nation.
Tyson! Yeah, man, thanks for having me back. This is pretty exciting. I like the new format.
Yeah, thank you very much. How you doing, dude?
Busy, like you said. Yeah, man, there's a lot going on.
You've been covering a lot of things. You just wrote an article about 4 or 5 days ago. I love the title, too, man. Emission Impossible.
Yeah.
You should get a job in Washington writing up for the names of legislation.
There you go.
Tell us what's going. Tell us about Emission Impossible. Tell us about it.
I mean, yeah, make a kind of a long story short. The Trump administration and the federal government reversed California's vehicle emission standards, specifically advanced clean trucks and the low NOx omnibus rule. So, this was that very controversial, regulation that essentially would have forced a total of 11 states to sell electric trucks. That's essentially what it came down to. I know, like in New York alone, which is one of the states that adopted advanced clean trucks, it would have required, at a certain point, it required dealerships to sell a single electric truck before they could order 13 diesel trucks. Of course, the problem was...
We're talking about a loss leader, huh?
Yeah. And the problem they had was they couldn't sell a single electric truck. So, yeah, so for, trucking companies in those states that adopted the California rules, those trucking companies, they couldn't order any new diesel trucks because of that rule. So, it caused a lot of problems. A lot of the states kind of delayed the implementation of that rule because they noticed how big of a problem this is. But I know Trump, kind of promised to roll back California vehicle emissions standards during, when he was on the campaign trail. And he followed through. And so, so now advanced clean trucks is no longer around. Quickly, I want to point out that the way that they did it this time is through what's called a Congressional Review Act. And by using the Congressional Review Act, what that means is that California can't come back. Like, let's say in 2028, Democrats take over the White House. California is not allowed to submit a similar rule later down the road. So in order for California to pass another advanced clean trucks, it would require a literal act of Congress allowing it to do so. So this is like dead for not just now, but in the long term. So yeah, kind of a big deal.
It's also an attempt. We've talked about this last week for a little bit. The idea, Colin Long was on Friday, and he and I talked about the idea of using the states as laboratories of democracy, but also sometimes using the states or a state as a Trojan horse. That the federal government wants to do something, it doesn't have the support to do it nationwide, so it works with a particular state that's sympathetic to its agenda. That state then adopts that agenda, and then if it succeeds, or even if it succeeds as far as they're concerned, they then spread the agenda out from this point. I will say this, whatever you think about the policy, it is a nice moment to actually see Congress doing its job as opposed to it being an executive order, which, as we all know, an executive order, the next guy can get in there and be like, boom, sorry, thanks for playing. So this is a case where they've really locked this in. I mean, they pretty much say, no more experimenting with this. You want to do this again, you got to come to us for permission, right?
Dave, the one thing I will say real quick is to lower your expectations. I mean, first of all, let's take a victory lap. This is a kind of a big deal. But the method by which we did this, which is the Congressional Review Act, was done in a very controversial manner. In that, two independent governments, nonpartisan government bodies, so the Government Accountability Office and the Senate Parliamentarian, they both said that these California EPA waivers, that is basically what we overturned here, they are not susceptible to the Congressional Review Act. But despite those two decisions, Republicans in Congress decided to move forward with it anyway. That right there is the basis of a lawsuit that California has just recently filed. So this is absolutely going to be reviewed by the courts. I wouldn't say whether or not they have a strong case, but as I just pointed out, two independent bodies within the government has said that they couldn't do this, and they did. So I don't know. We'll see how that works out. In the meantime, California, Governor Newsom just signed an executive order saying we're going to move forward with new plan for zero emission vehicles. So we don't know what that's going to look like, but that's in the works.
Speaking of in the works, what do you have in the works? Because we want to make sure we cover a lot of stuff here in an awful hurry. So tell us what else it is you're working on. What did you think happened last week that was the most important thing? And what are you looking forward to this week that you think is going to be really high stakes for truckers?
Yeah, so for me, I'm following a lot of these lawsuits. The Trump administration has done a lot within the past couple of months. Of course, all of these are being challenged. So we got the California rules, for example, but we have some federal funding issues that are being challenged in the courts that are directly related to trucking, such as the electric vehicle funding. Tariffs are being challenged in the courts. So a lot of court challenges that I'm following those cases very closely because it could have a direct impact on trucking operations.
And let me ask you another question in regards to that. As it kind of plays through this week, as you kind of keep up with this stuff, when do you think that a lot of this stuff is going to be decided? Because that's one of the things a lot of people, Dave and I have been talking about this all year long, is I told Dave in regards to legal matters, it's important to move quickly because things move so slowly. Do you follow my logic there, Tyson? The idea that the reason why you got to go quickly is because if you don't file, it means by the time you do file, it means you're waiting even longer than an already long wait.
Generally speaking, court cases take for freaking ever. They can take years and years
or
and
even
years.
5 freaking ever.
Yeah, right. But when it comes to cases like this, where you're challenging a federal government policy that's taking effect immediately, the courts tend to move much quicker. So to answer your question, when can we see a decision? So with the tariff thing, we could see it probably within the next couple of weeks or maybe a month or so. Same thing with the federal funding issue. Now, with this California deal, I think that could be a lot more drawn out, court case. So, yeah, you just really never know. But when it comes to government policy that's being implemented right now, generally speaking, the courts move faster because it requires it. So I wish I had a better answer for you. But, yeah, as we all know, when it comes to the court system, it's very slow-moving and unpredictable.
Let me follow up one more thing, Dave, and then we'll get to a final question from Dave as well. You have been following, like I said, not just stuff at the federal government level, but you have been following the tariff stuff and how it relates to the courts as well, too. Do we have any more clarity here? Because, like I said, one of the things that's been happening with the tariffs is that it's been always like kind of wait and see, like deadlines push back, new situations on the ground. Is there anything you're expecting from the tariff stuff in the next couple of weeks that's going to have a high impact on drivers, or are we going to continue to exist in this kind of limbo in regards to making decisions about how companies are going to invest and where they're going to invest?
So the big thing that we're waiting for right now was, if you remember, Trump implemented a global tariff, what we call the global reciprocal tariffs, ranging anywhere from 10% to 50%. Those tariffs were put on a 90-day pause. That 90-day pause will lift, I believe, in July here, so within the next couple of weeks. What everyone is waiting for is what the Trump administration is going to do when that 90-day suspension comes to an end. Will those tariffs will that extension continue? Will we have another extension of that delay? Will we implement tariffs? That is the uncertainty that's kind of put everything at a crawl when it comes to imports, deliveries and whatnot. So, that's the big one. This 90-day pause, is it going to continue, or are we going to implement tariffs? Because obviously, if you go one way, it's going to really tip the scales one way or the other. So that's the big thing that we're waiting for. So until then, yeah, the key word that you're always going to hear is uncertainty.
Just real quick, and timing is of the essence, and this is all about timing, and that's basically what you guys have been talking about. You also wrote a thing last week about Mike Bost and about 30 other Republicans only signing on to a letter to FMCSA to standardize and to give a little more breathing room in terms of hours of service exemptions for emergency relief. That seems like a pretty common sense thing. Is there a reason why only Republicans are on this? And does this look like a no-brainer?
Yeah, no, I think it's a no-brainer. I've been covering natural disasters since I started here at Landline, and one of the common complaints I have heard from those who are providing for the disaster relief is that they just didn't get enough enough notice as far as the hours of service, because it could take a couple of days to prep for that and get that delivered there. So if you don't get that hours of service waiver until the day of or after, it's too late. And when it comes to things like hurricanes, we know well in advance when it's going to hit. So when it's feasible, I don't know why we haven't already given these, carriers, a few days heads up on this hours of service. So, yeah, I think it's definitely common sense. As far as why is it Republicans only that signed on to this, we can just speculate on that. My guess is that was more of like a Republican caucus thing, that perhaps they didn't even reach out to Democrats, because I don't see how you would be against this. So, but the bottom line is it doesn't change anything as far as the regulatory authority. This is something that FMCSA has always been able to do. It's just that Congress finally is wise to what's going on, and they're telling FMCSA, hey, man, let's get this done.
We got to let you go, brother, really quickly. By the way, you can find him at Ty Fisher on Blue Sky. You can also find him on the X, formerly known as Twitter, at Fisher Tyson. And he's also on the LinkedIn, by the way. And he's got a really fun podcast that you can also see on YouTube, or find your way over to landline.media and click on there on the tube of you. Tyson, thank you so much. It's great talking to you. We got to let you float. Thank you, brother.
Pleasure being with you guys. Thanks, man.
All right.
Tyson Fisher, everybody. Associate Editor at Landline Media.
And just got that promotion, by the way. Congratulations to him. Good God Almighty, he is doing the work. Nemo Nation continues to roll forward. Who we got coming on next, Dave? Because they are here and they are ready to jump into the conversation. Are you ready to introduce the next guest?
Rick Mihelic is with us. He is the Director of Emerging Technologies at NACFE, the North American Council for Freight Efficiency, and of course the Run on Less is the focus here. And wow, I think I've kind of pretty much mangled all of that.
No, you
Rick.
didn't. You did
Good
okay,
morning.
actually. You did great. Hey, Rick, how are you, man?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm just recovering a bit from travel last week. Thanks a lot for having me on, Dave.
Oh, well, thank you so much. So where have you been traveling? That's kind of what we're talking about, too. Where have you been and what have you done? Because the Run on Less site visits continued. And tell us a little bit about your latest adventures.
Sure thing. We're in the process of doing site visits to 13 different fleets that are participating in the NACFE Run on Less Missing Middle. I have responsibility for the battery electric segment of those fleets. And last week I visited 3 out of the 4 battery electric participants. And these 3 are located in California. Another one is located in Phoenix, Arizona, that Mike will deal with later this month. It was a fantastic, eye-opening trip for me. I always, I've worked in this industry over 40 years, and when you can get your hands on real equipment in the field, it always gives you extra energy. So I got to see a site in Stockton, California, where Saya is running 2 Tesla semis in dual shift operations. They are seeing a lot of miles per day, and these Tesla semis are for real. I know we've been hearing about it since 2017, but these trucks are for real. They're hitting the road. They're out in the fleets, and they are great vehicles. We also visited Forgen Logistics in Rialto, California. They've got a fleet of more than 45 VNR electric day cabs, and they are angling to be 100% electric this year. They've got charging facilities on site at 350 kilowatt level, so it's very rapid charging. And they also have charging at the Port of Long Beach. So again, these are dual shift operations, slip seating operations, and they're getting a considerable number of miles per day, and just a fantastic site to visit. And the third site I went to was the Green Lane facility in Colton, California. If you haven't seen any of the media on this, you need to look it up. It is just, it's a purpose-built site for battery electric truck charging. And they have, 12 400-kilowatt chargers and 29 240-kilowatt chargers. They've got overhead shade set up. They've got a driver lounge, which is very nice. And it's a secure facility, so you can bring your vehicle in there, and it's taken care of. We were meeting with Navoya, which is a startup company that has a small number of Freightliner e-Cascadias, and they're using that facility as one of their depots. And it's just an impressive commitment. Navoya is another one of these 100% electric truck companies, and just thrilled to see this real world progress.
Brad Bain from 4Gen and Duncan & Sons was with us on the show back in late summer of last year, kind of walking through some of the things. And one of the major points that he brought out was the fact that, and I think this is universal now in trucking anyway, where you just can't do stuff alone. You really have to build relationships and develop a team around you. Is that an overriding thing now, where folks are really understanding that no man is an island, so to speak, in this regard?
Yeah, these are huge transitions, moving from traditional diesel to alternative fuels like battery electric, and it takes a team to do this. You have to partner with the utility. You have to have charge management software from a company that's competent in that. You have to really have a good relationship with your truck provider in order to make sure these new technologies can be serviced properly and quickly and kept running. So it definitely is a team effort.
Let me kind of finish this up because we are almost out of time here, by the way. I'm going to ask you really simple, where are you headed next? What's next on the docket?
My travels are going to be a little bit less this next few months, but the team is visiting people in Phoenix, Arizona, and Dallas, Texas, Kansas, Topeka, Kansas. They're up in Detroit. So we've got 8 more fleets to visit, and it's going to be an exciting run. The videos will start coming out in August, and the run itself starts on the 8th of September.
Rick Mihelic, by the way, is the Director of Emerging Technologies, lead on BEV fleets for ROL. And by the way, I just want to make this really clear. When next time you come back, we got to talk about your time working with NASA. Promise me we'll do that. Promise me?
Sure thing.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for being a part of Nemo Nation. Dave's got one more thing.
Well, I was just going to say, not only NASA, but Department of Defense, Department of Energy are working on the Trident missile programs, the Space Shuttle Life Sciences program.
What have you done with your life?
We'll branch out a little bit more when you come on next, Rick. Thank you so much. Rick Mihelic from NACFE.
Thank you, sir. We'll be back on the other side. Dave, tell us where our next guest is.
Our next guest is Tony Sirota.
Yeah, we'll be right back after this with a big announcement after that as well, too. Guys, go to radionemo.com and subscribe. #resistance.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
You don't put a mechanic under your hood who doesn't know rigs, and you don't haul loads for a partner who doesn't understand freight. So why are you trusting your finances to folks who don't know trucking? If you want to run like a business, then ride with taxesfortruckers.com. You know the road, they know the books. It's a one-stop shop for financial pomp. They lift you up, take a look underneath, and get you rolling again with full-service accounting and tax services, all the while consulting with you. Call 888-TAX, the number 4, TRK, to stop overpaying taxes today. Taxesfortruckers.com.
Back to the talk that drives America. This is Nemo Nation. Let's rejoin Dave from Fastport Studios with a little bit of help from Jimmy as well.
Just a little bit of help, of course. We want to give a big old thanks to our friends at Shady Rays. Go to shadyrays.com where you can find out about their lost and broken protection programs. Don't ever forget, at shadyrays.com, they've got your back. Also, get up and truck down. Go to truckdown.com and find out about folks who've been doing this since 1997. What have they been doing? They've been actually making sure that maintenance providers hook up with, well, truckers who are in need of assistance. Go to truckdown.com, download that app, and make the miracle happen to keep America rolling forward. We're back with our good friend Dave Nemo. That's the reason why it's called Nemo Nation. Nemo Nation, Nemo Nation, Nemo Nation. Hey, Dave, you got a little guest for us, don't you?
Tony Sirota is joining us, and he is not in New Orleans, but he loves New Orleans.
He's got a New Orleans name. That's a New Orleans name, man. Yeah, I was hanging out with Tony Sirota, over at Tony Angelo's, and we were hanging out down in the French Quarters.
Yeah, for sure, man. But he knows the Degas House. He knows Esplanade. We are here, so Tony, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Dave. Thank you very much. Good to talk with you again, sir, especially with you based in New Orleans. That's so much fun.
We're kind of ganging up on you here. We got Jimmy Mack right here.
Hey, man, good morning, Tony. Good to have you, man. Dave told me he got you on because, we do a lot of the programming in advance, and so we had a final 30 minutes. We've been tweaking with the programming, and I said, well, Dave, we're still looking for somebody for the last 30 minutes. We got a couple of options. He said, you know what? Don't give me the options. I got a guy. And so you're the guy that he got. So welcome to the show. Welcome to Nemo Nation.
Thank you, Jimmy, and the fact that I'm Italian, I won't let that bother me at all. I love that.
I got a guy.
Goodness. Well, the guy we got is the executive director of the Reverse Logistics Association and also the publisher of the magazine. And of course, the magazine is shortened down to RL Magazine. And one of the things that we kind of bounced around, and we can talk about anything you want to get into, Tony, here, but tariffs have been part and parcel of trucking conversation now for the past several months. The ups and downs, and you wake up every morning, you don't know exactly where the tariffs are or how high they are or how low they are. That is disrupting trucking. And I thought, wow, it's disrupting the incoming. What about the outgoing? Yep. Because you guys must have just been, holy cow, what next, right? So maybe you could take it from here and then you have another thing about where are things being returned to now?
Hey, Dave, keep it fair. One at a time.
Where were you on the night of the 13th?
So, Tony, I tell you what, since you're here and since you're our friend and our guest, why don't you start someplace safe and see where the road takes you, okay?
Okay, Jimmy, thank you. And Dave, always good to touch base here. And so there are the two big issues that we're going to touch base on today. But number one is what's the tariff situation in terms of what it's doing to trucking in terms of looking at the reverse logistics world. And Dave and Jimmy, it's really interesting because if you think about it, return goods, which are probably $1 trillion worth of retail value product in the United States alone. $1 trillion of goods being returned. A lot of it goes back on the shelf to sell, but a lot of it gets sold into what we call the secondary market. And you know what? There's none of there. There's no tariffs in the secondary market. Return goods do not have tariffs. So suddenly, return goods are being moved a little closer and a little faster because they can be resold now at a higher value because tariffs on new goods coming in affects the pricing of goods coming in from other countries, of course. But once it's in this country and it's sold and it's returned, it's fair game to be sold again and tariffs don't impact it.
Sort of a hidden value then, in a sense.
Dave, that's exactly the word we use with the secondary market.
Ah.
It always represents a great value.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, Dave and Jimmy, if you go to stores like a TJ Maxx even, or Ollie's Bargain Hunt, things like this, they always show a price tag that says compare to new. And new might sell for $99, whereas they're selling it for $59 or $69.
Tony?
So there's always that comparison.
Tony, I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second because, man,
Sure.
you have just shed clarity on a situation. So I had to get a pair of pants for a party I was going to this weekend, and when I tell you, I went to the plunder raid that was Burlington Coat Factory. I was looking at those prices, and I'm like, compared to what they are over at Dillard's, compared to what they are at Macy's, this is like the bottom has dropped out. Now I understand why. Now I understand why the same belt costs $45 in one place, and they're like, compare this to Dillard's, where it is now only $10 here. Is that what's happening?
A little bit, because in the past, let's be honest, a lot of this stuff was being trucked to a landfill, or to a waste dump, or to liquidation, bottom feeders, as we call them. And, because you didn't want to spend money on things that have been returned. You just wanted to get rid of it as a retailer. And now they're starting to recognize, hey, this can be resold and reused and repurposed into that. We call it the circular economy, Dave. I've used that word before.
You've talked about that on the show.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's an important aspect of what trucking is all about. It's we like moving stuff, and everything moves by truck basically in this country, right? We like moving stuff, but the less amount of movement we have on any given product, and on forward logistics, and Dave and Jimmy, you guys may know these statistics. The forward side from factory to us buying something in the store is an average of 7 touch points. But on the return side, it was usually 2 to 3 times that number of touch points because it has to be sorted. It has to be dispositioned. Someone has to decide, what are we going to do with this belt that came back, or this jacket, or this television set, etc. So it involved multiple touch points. And of course, that's a lot of movement that is unnecessary movement. So if you can cut down the number of touch points and do something with it right where it comes back, or at least only move it once and then sell it to another customer, that's ideal. Now, we have enough work for truckers, so I'm not trying to tell truckers we're not going to have enough goods for you to move. That'll still be plenty of that. But we want to shorten the number of stops that happens with return goods.
It sets up a situation where this may be, I'm asking a question I don't know the answer to. This isn't me being like, I have a thought that I want you to affirm. I genuinely want to know this. Are we talking about that tariffs offer the possibility of an emerging market here? Is that what we're discussing?
Well, the market is there already, the secondary market. Again, end-of-life products, seasonal products, they go to a secondary marketplace. Again, not the primary retailers, but these secondary retailers, and online, by the way. A lot of this happens online, the e-commerce space. A lot of these things are being bought in bulk, a truckload. And there's the infamous one about the bin stores, where they literally buy truckloads of returns, put these Gaylord pallets inside a storefront, and people line up to go for the deals. And again, that lessens the number of touch points. Once it's in a pallet in a big box in Gaylord and you put it in the store, that's as short a run as you can get. So those goods all represent great values because the retailers want to get rid of it quickly, but they also want to protect the brand. So there's a lot of complicated pieces of this puzzle, But ultimately, the goal here is to create this secondary market, make it bigger, and we're starting to see terms like pre-loved, pre-owned, certified.
Yeah.
Pre-loved. You like that one,
I
right?
love that. Yeah.
Yeah, at least it isn't saying existed in. That would be a bad thing. Sweated in. Rolled around in the dirt in. I like pre-loved better. Pre-loved works.
I like pre-loved too.
Only worn once on the way to church on Sunday.
I'll tell you this, guys. Though over at Burlington Coat Factory, I kid you not, Tony. One thing I would say that I ended up having to go buy something from J.C. Penney's ultimately, and the reason I did was I was willing to spend the extra $20 because I was no longer willing to wait in line in a giant maze of like impulse buy shelves. It was brutal. I mean, the people at Burlington on Saturday, it went into the aisles. The line was so long of people.
You went to the one on veterans?
I went on veterans.
Yeah.
It's like most Isleys. It's a hive of scum and villainy. It's just crazy.
Well,
go ahead, Tony.
I absolutely agree with you that there are challenges there. But imagine, like I said, waiting in line for a bin store to open up on a Thursday morning where everything, the first class stuff that the trucks moved back to these stores. And it really is true. I mean, it's basically a forklift unloading a 26 pallet truck, putting it in the store, and on Thursday it might be $10 an item. And you line up because the best stuff is on Thursday. And then Friday it might go to $9 an item. Saturday, $8 an item. Sunday, and so on. So it's an amazing, and people line up for that, Jimmy. They line up like they do at Burlington and others. It's just amazing because these are recognized values, as Dave said. They're definitely values. But here's the key, too. The retailers are getting more for it now than they used to because they know these stores are doing this stuff with it. And it's really about, so it's reverse logistics, it's a circular economy, it's repurposing so this stuff doesn't end up in landfills. And I'd love our trucks to be carrying products that can be resold rather than products that go to landfill. And
it's Black Friday all year long, baby. Black Friday all year long. Line it up and scoop it up, man. Awesome.
Well, Tony, one of the things that I have observed, and I'm not the only person that has said this, of course, that COVID, going back there, didn't really change anything. It just accelerated things that were already in play. So, and I don't want to belabor the whole tariff thing because the tariff thing is not going to last forever. Is the tariff sort of a jump start for what you're talking about here in a sense? Because the tariffs are going to go away, but the market will be there once it's gone, once the tariffs are gone.
Well, Dave, I mean, we've been around a while, and we've seen prices go up. It's rare that prices come back down, even if the tariffs go away. Will the prices come back down significantly? Maybe, maybe not, right? And so this secondary market that you're talking about, and I understand the surveys indicate that the younger people are very open to buying pre-loved merchandise and so on. So it will accelerate that secondary market, absolutely, because, and then the economy is a little bit of a roller coaster right now, right? And so people look for values when the economy gets a little bit of a roller coaster, and they'll go to these stores. I mean, Goodwill's an example of the original circular economy store. You and I may drop things off there that we no longer use. Someone goes in a Goodwill store and they pick it up for pennies on a dollar.
Tony, this new format literally has us hurtling through time and space, and we're just kind of having people come in. You actually got the longest segment here on Nemo Nation of the entire morning because we felt what you had to say was so important. Where can people find you, Tony? How can they find out more about you and get all your socials and all that groovy stuff?
Well, Tony Sciarrotta is pretty unique on LinkedIn because my last name is nothing like it sounds. It's Sciarrotta. So finding Tony Sciarrotta on LinkedIn is pretty easy. The other aspect, if you're in business, is rla.org. Our website for the Reverse Logistics Association is that simple, rla.org, and we're all there, as well as many of our members and our partners who are doing this kind of business in that secondary space and who are moving these goods. So those are the two best ways to find me, folks. The LinkedIn and on the website.
I'll make you feel better, Tony, and Dave will back me up. When he told me you were coming on the show, he said, I bet you don't know how to spell that. I spelled it perfectly. That's because I'm a New Orleanian, dude. That's because I'm a New Orleanian.
I'll bet.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Well,
Thank
he got
you.
Tony
That's
right,
exciting.
but he didn't get Anthony.
Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Tony, thank you so much, man. We can't wait to get you back on Nemo Nation. Thank you, brother.
You got it. Thank you, guys.
We're going to take a moment here because we promised you guys there would be a big announcement at 9:45, and look at that. It is currently
9:45.
on the dot. Now, I want to kind of point out that on this day today, I wanted to read you a quote from another birthday boy. I was born on the prairies where the wind blew free and there was nothing to break the light of the sun. I was born where there were no enclosures. Those are the words of Geronimo, who was born on this day in 1829. And parachutes have a lot to do with the next conversation because basically, when we jumped out of the airplane that was the former platform, Dave, when we jumped out of that platform, we essentially were, for the first time, jumping out of an airplane and saying Geronimo, which, by the way, really quickly, because that's actually relates to our big announcement. Where does Geronimo come from, Dave? You found this.
The man's name was Goyakla. Geronimo was Goyakla's nickname. And it's the weirdest way to get a nickname that I've ever heard of. He was fighting the Mexicans at one point, and the Mexicans were praying to Saint Jerome. Get it? Jerome, Geronimo, Geromino. And that's how Goyakla got the nickname Geronimo. And back in 1940, the Army, there was no Air Force yet, the Army was working on, having guys jump out of perfectly good airplanes at Fort Benning, Georgia. And some of these kids, August of 1940, they were scared to death, but nobody wanted to admit they were scared to death about jumping out of this airplane, even with a non-flaming parachute when you think about it. But there was one guy, and his name was Aubrey Eberhard. He was a private. He was 6 feet 3 inches tall. He was from Georgia, and he was the guy in the unit. There's always one guy in the unit who was always, well, I'm not afraid. I don't care.
I'm going to go first.
He was actually scared to death. The night before they were going to make their first jump at Fort Benning, they went to see a movie on post, and the movie was Geronimo, the Western. This is 1940 now. After the movie, they're all talking about the show, and Aubrey Eberhard, the private, he says, well, I'll tell you what, I'll just show you how I'm not afraid. When I jump out of that plane, I'm going to yell Geronimo as loud as I can, and he did. Everybody else did it also. The next year, the 501st Parachute Infantry Battalion was born, and their motto on their insignia, the unit patch, was Geronimo. It was a thing.
And they got permission from the family.
They got permission from the family to use his name or his nickname.
That is groovy. And by the way, we're talking about jumping out of airplanes. 6 weeks ago, 7 weeks ago, we found out we'd be changing platforms. Last week, we jumped out of an airplane.
We didn't jump out of that airplane, by the way.
Yeah.
We were helped out of that
Yeah,
airplane.
we were actually helped out of that airplane, although some people now are claiming we jumped out of that airplane.
We didn't jump.
But by the way, somebody is actually joining us in the jump today.
Yes,
and I'm going to do
and
this right now.
That's why I said we're going to need a bigger moving truck.
Radio Nemo is proud to announce an additional expansion of our content with our good friends at OIDA. Starting tomorrow, immediately after Road Gang Radio on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, Trucking with OIDA will be heard right here at radionemo.com, iHeartRadio, and wherever you hear Radio Nemo. Geronimo indeed. Here's the description of the show, Dave. In the spirit of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, which has had the back of truckers since 1973, Trucking with OIDA puts the issues that are relevant to the trucking industry front and center. Trucking with OIDA, hosted by Ashley Blackford and Scott Thompson, aims to inform and entertain with a mix of industry experts and interesting guests, along with news and analysis that gets to the heart of what you do each and every day. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays at 12 to 1 Eastern Time and 11 to 12 Central on Radio Nemo. Our friends from OIDA have made the leap with us. And by the way, they leave a gap behind someplace else and they fill it with something new, something different. And they're also going to be making contributions and ramping up that contribution over the course of this wonderful adventure that we're calling Nemo Nation, Road Gang Radio, We Should Write. I can't wait for that too, by the way. I'm so excited about the programming we're developing for you guys. I'm excited about our friends over in Grain Valley developing programming for us as well. Dave, you must be over the moon because these are folks that you actually started your own radio adventure with who got started not too far after you did, right?
You know, I was talking to Todd Spencer just a couple of weeks ago. We had a long talk, and part of it was a little bit of reminiscing. And I'm going to kind of rehash the history just a little bit here, but it kind of tells you that our core and our origins are pretty much in the same place at the same time. So Charlie starts trucking radio, the Road Gang, in 71, March of 71, the same month and year that Paul Young started the Mid-America Trucking Show. Kind of an interesting thing there. And then in 1973, out of the Arab oil embargo and all of the protests, OOIDA is born. Todd Spencer is there.
He's born? No, I'm kidding. He's been around for a while.
And he is still there. I'm still here.
Looking pretty good too, dude.
But back in those days, I was a company driver, so to speak. I worked for the radio station. I was an employee. Then we went on to Sirius XM, well, on to XM, and then Sirius XM. I became a lease operator, in a sense. I was sort of like we were leased operating with OIDA, with Sirius XM. Now, because we got pushed out of that airplane, Geronimo, we are independent owner-operators now, like so many members of OIDA.
In so many ways, we have
full circle, brother.
The twain have met,
yes,
as it were.
Yeah, isn't that
the
something?
The twain have met, and we are over the moon delighted about this. I'm really excited too because OIDA, like we have over here at Radio Nemo, has made a commitment to youth. Wonderful young folks that I got a chance to meet just a couple of weeks ago. I got a chance to meet them for the first time. They'll be hosting that show. Ashley and Scott, our good friend Nick DeMeo, another young fella with another, got a young fella over here in Foam Master Dre, young woman over here in Madison. All these terrific kids, dude. I mean, like I said, and I use kids with deep affection and respect,
So
by the
do
way,
I.
because, man, I wish I was a kid. I feel like one these days, though, with all these newfangled technology
learning
folks.
a lot.
Tyson Fisher jumping into the game, all of these great folks. I've been having some terrific conversations, planning, dreaming, scheming. Our good friend Jamie Jones calls me on a regular basis, blows up my phone. What are you doing? What are you thinking? What's happening? We're thinking about you guys. We're thinking about what it is you want. We're reaching out to partners and trying to create associations, just like OIDA has created, of the men and the women who actually do the driving, who want to hear the stories about themselves, told by themselves. We're trying to make that happen for you guys. Little by little, we're putting something together here. And by the way, this platform is going to grow. And you all those folks commenting on YouTube, all those folks jumping into the conversation, you actually get to say you were there. That's the best part about folks like Mark and Fred Flintstone and Joe J and Bruce Almighty and Scat Pack and all of the folks, Doodah Man, all the folks that have been contributing. Weasel, who I talked to last night, who I gave a call to last night in the middle of the night as he was getting ready to do his thing. All of these folks, you get to say, I was there when. All of these guests that have come up in the last. Do you know, in 2 shows, you have had 21 guests.
Isn't that amazing?
In 2 shows.
Yeah.
In 2 shows. The new format, which, by the way, we weren't sure about. We were trying something. We thought we'd give it a shot. We thought we'd go to battle conditions, like we're at a perpetual conference and on the move. And having our friends come in for the long form, for a little bit of trucking with OIDA, seemed like a really nice match. And we are delighted and over the moon that they are joining us. Ashley, Scott, welcome. We're going to have some fun with you. Get ready. You're going to get some crank phone calls from Phone Master Dre. That's happening. I can promise you that
He's
right
on the
now.
phone right now.
Are you excited?
Yes. To quote you, over the moon.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's terrific. I mean, it really is terrific. I mean, what we're kind of cooking up here and making happen here.
Because, and I've said this before too, and it's kind of hard to even say this because it sounds kind of strange. Being in trucking radio has never been about trucks for me. It's always been about the people behind the wheel for me, because I am one of you guys out there. I just wasn't behind the wheel of a truck. I was on the Mississippi River, okay? That's where I got my work ethic. That's where I got my blue collar.
I got mine in a grocery
morality.
store. You know.
Yeah.
It's so funny because you did the river, and my dad and I did grocery stores. I mean, my dad put himself through college, still working as a cashier. You know, I mean, you did so much of your adventuring and your living on the Mississippi River. I mean, in a lot of ways, you are a Mark Twain character. But that's right. I mean, your bona fides aren't about so much the trucks. Your bona fides are about the human beings.
Exactly. And connecting with those folks on a one-on-one basis, and then being the conduit to connect the family at home to the driver on the road, which was one of our major things that we didn't think was going to happen. And it did. It kind of happened on its own. So, and so now going all the way back, circling back to the mid-1970s, and wow, you can just get lost there. To think about Todd Spencer heading up this organization now that is joining with our little organization to make it a bigger organization, and more are coming.
And by the way, I hate to do this, but we always have to drop this in. I don't hate to do this at all. I'm proud to do it. Fastport solves America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people, from registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness. Learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. We don't have any of this equipment without those folks. There's a lot of people who jumped out of that airplane with us, and we're so glad, by the way, that the cavalry is here.
Yeah.
I actually like saying that about OIDA. They are here, and we are so thrilled to have them on board, guys. Please look for it, by the way. In the spirit of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, Trucking with OIDA puts the issues that are relevant to the trucking industry front and center. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, we are over the moon from 12 to 1 in the east, 11 to 12 in the center on Radio Nemo. Dave, I got to get you out of here. I got to do some Pittsburgh Power. Speaking of friends that stuck with us, our friends from Pittsburgh Power, Bruce Mallinson and Eric Mosier, are going to be here just in short order. And we can get them both on the phone today. We worked out the problem from last Monday. So I'm delighted to have them. What you got, Phone Master? We got about 30 seconds? Okay. Go to radionemo.com and subscribe. You're going to want to subscribe now, and all those OIDA members better get in the action. Let me tell you right now. Keep it fair, fellas. Keep it fair. Head on over to YouTube. Check us out over there. You can still jump in, make comments. Please ask us questions as the boys from Pittsburgh Power arrive on the scene. I can actually feed them questions from over there if you guys are listening then. You know where the action is. We can be found not only on Radio Nemo, but we can also be found on iHeartRadio. We can be found on the Tube of You and the Book of Face, and there's a lot more places where we can be found coming up in short, absolute order. Phone Master Dre, get us out of here so I can get Bruce and Eric on there. Dave, thank you. Nemo Nation is terrific on part 2 of its reality, EAUX.
I'm a long-haul trucker. I don't have time for nonsense. So when I fuel up, I need to get in and get going with a fuel card that takes me there. Founded in 1978 by a trucker for truckers, Multi-Service Fuel Card is run by real, honest people who are there to help us road warriors keep our freight moving. And with nationwide acceptance, fuel discounts, and dedicated customer service, no matter where I'm going, with Multi-Service Fuel Card, I never roll alone. Learn more at neverrollalone.com.
Are you on the hunt for the perfect place to recharge after a long day or week on the road? Look no further. Hotels for Truckers, designed by truckers for truckers, provides free membership that unlocks access to deep discounts and spacious tractor-trailer parking at thousands of popular hotel chains nationwide. Enjoy incredible discounts, earn valuable points, and enjoy a great night's rest. Download the Hotels for Truckers app today and make your long hauls more restful and affordable.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
You know what that music means? Start your engines. You're tuned in to Nemo Nation, live from the Fastport Studios with, well, Dave Nemo left the building, but we got Jimmy Mack in it.
Hey, man, and by the way, the last hour of Nemo Nation. The last hour is always the Pittsburgh Power Pitstop, and we are thrilled. Well, you know, it's so funny, Dre. It's so funny because this is what kind of makes me a little bit nuts. We finally work out the phone issue so Mallinson can be here. And now, and by the way, we're thrilled that Eric Mosier is here, by the way.
Always.
The GM over there at Pittsburgh Power. Good morning to you, brother. How you doing, man?
My man.
I'm doing good, guys. How's everything down there?
Oh, we're having a grand old day over here, man. As you probably just heard, our friends from OIDA are going to be joining us. They're going to be adding content to our platform, coming right up towards people. We are so excited and over the moon about that. And we've got you guys in the last hour of every Nemo Nation, so it feels like the long form returns after the blitzkrieg of. I mean, we've literally, Eric, had 22 guests on the first two Nemo Nations. Wow. It's insane, man. And so it's almost like Pittsburgh Power, which always revs things up, actually gives us a chance to breathe for a minute. So we're kind of excited. Happy delayed Father's Day to you. I know how much your son means to you. I know how much your family means to you. You had a good day?
Thank you. Yeah, actually I did. I did. I inherited a Manx dune buggy, the fiberglass Volkswagen dune buggies from a good friend of mine last Wednesday, and he just bought it and he needs to get some work done on it before he gets it on the road, and his grocery list just keeps adding and adding. So I spent about 20 some hours this weekend rewiring it from front to back because it's very simplistic and very cool how it works, but it's also from 1970 or 70, I forget what year it is, but everything is either corroded, broken, missing. But man, there is something to be said about simplistic items like an old Volkswagen, like even down to the fuses that they use, how to replace them. It's so cool and so neat. And they had a lot of neat things back then too, like even a piece of leather to cover up two electric contacts. And it was some really cool diagnostics that I was reading up online, how to check different things for electricity on that particular chassis. And that's actually today's topic, is unique troubleshooting and some of the stuff that we've done over the years and actually invented some of these tests too. But we're going to go over that. So anybody out there that's a DIYer, you can now do a lot of these things at home, and we're going to show you how to build the equipment or what equipment to buy.
And by the way, this is kind of your métier. I mean, this is kind of what you guys do. And this is what people really pay for when they kind of head over to Pittsburgh Power, which the idea is like, look, there's a lot of standard stuff that you guys do. You do it incredibly well. But this is the kind of stuff that a lot of people have come to trust you guys for. Unique approaches, ways of kind of figuring out the problem, solving the problem rather than following the rules. That's kind of what you guys really specialize in. When all other options are out, you guys put the brainiacs to work, and I'm including you on that to kind of make all this stuff happen, right?
Yeah. As far as following the rules, you can ask my parents, my wife, anybody that's known me for more than 10 years. That's not my strong suit whatsoever. And I have a couple sheets of paper with some nice letterhead from the state of Pennsylvania that can prove that too. So, that's something that, can get you in trouble, but also can put you ahead too. Sometimes you just need to channel that in a positive way, and it helps you excel at what you do. And that is exactly what we're going to show today on today's episode.
By the way, guys, if we're going to give it an official title, it's Unique Troubleshooting Methods. 4 decades of unique troubleshooting methods from Pittsburgh Power. Okay, let's begin with a basic definition, and I love this. At their very core, tell everybody what an engine actually is.
Well, an engine is nothing more than an air pump. And the more air you can get in and out of it in the shorter amount of time, the more power you're going to make. Now, in a gasoline engine, it's obviously different fundamentals. You have an ignition, but in a diesel engine, it's a compression engine. So it requires air and fuel. And the fuel doesn't have to always be diesel fuel. And that's one thing I did want to bring up real quickly, too, is runaway engines. A friend of mine sent me a thing on Facebook over the weekend about a runaway engine. And it's something that can be very scary. And a diesel engine can run on any combustible fuel because of the compression ratio, including engine oil. And what happened with the video that I saw, it was a newer Volvo engine in a Volvo truck that an oil seal had gone out in a turbocharger, and it was just literally pumping oil. Something failed in a turbo. I'm assuming it was a seal, but something was pumping oil into the intake, and the engine just literally ran away. So instead of like idling at around 600 to 700 RPM, it sounded like it was spinning around 2,500 to 3,000 RPM. It actually made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. It was such a shrill sound, and just white smoke pluming out of the pipes. I could only imagine the exhaust manifold was probably cherry red. The turbocharger was probably cherry red, because it eventually caught fire. And
I was going
to the ground.
I was going to ask that question. What's the end game on that? I mean, in the sense that that's the promised end, as they would say in Shakespeare. That is literally a flame waiting to happen, because you're just talking about heating everything up more and more and more. It's like the exact opposite of where you don't want air pumping through, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's really the only way to stop that. There used to be, and I'm pretty sure they're still in business. I've only seen a couple in the 10, 15 years that I've been here. It's an automatic shut gate, and it gets plumbed inside your intake port or your intake runner. And what it does is there's an emergency stop, and it actually shuts a flapper door that will actually cut off the airflow to the intake. I have seen guys before that'll jump out of the truck, pop the hood, rip that rubber elbow off the intake manifold and put like a piece of cardboard or something over that intake so that it'll stop the airflow. Because if you don't have air and fuel, the engine will not run. But there is a product out there, and I should have done more research on this. I'm going to apologize, because it just came to mind about that automatic shutoff that is controlled inside the cab, which is kind of a good idea. You don't see too many of these things, but they're kind of like a fire extinguisher. Like, you really don't want to have to use it, but you also don't want to be caught without one in the case that you would need it as well. One of my best friends from high school is a world-renowned, actually, pistol shooter. He's a marksman, and he goes all over the world and shoots in competitions, and that's his favorite saying about having a gun on you, is he treats it like a fire extinguisher. He never wants to be without it in case he needs it, but he never wants to use it either. And that always stuck with me. But back to the troubleshooting, though, in the engines, that's all it is. It's basic air and fuel getting in and out of the engine. And when you offset that scale, other things are going to arise. Now, the first part of this segment, I want to talk about the diagnostics. And if you look at an air and a fuel on two different sides of a scale, if you tip them, it'll give you different results for diagnostics. And this is the importance of having a working pyrometer gauge. I'm going to use that term, working, because we see a lot of guys that come through here, and we ask them, do you have a pyrometer gauge? Yep. Does it work? Nope. Okay. When did it stop working? Reagan's second term. It's been a while since I had it. So we want to make sure that the gauges are fully functioning and working. And a pyrometer and a boost gauge can malfunction but still operate. A pyrometer, usually the temperatures are going to be off, and it's because the thermocouple or the sending unit goes bad. And it will. I mean, it's an electrical part, and any electrical part does not like heat, vibration, or weather. And this thing is drilled and tapped right into your exhaust manifold or downpipe. So it's going to have heat, vibration, and weather. It's three things that are prone to make it fail, and it's going to at some point. So you want to keep an eye on it on the manifold side, the exhaust manifold side. If your thermocouple is mounted there, that's what we call the hot side. And the magic number is 1300 degrees. When the pyrometer temps or the exhaust gas temperatures will hit 1300, that's where you want to back out of the throttle. It's getting a little bit too hot. We don't want to sustain that temperature or go over it. Now, on the cold side, 1000 is your magic number. So this would be if your thermocouple was mounted in the exhaust pipe or the downpipe, about 2 inches from the back flange of the turbocharger. And the reason for it is exhaust gases will cool down when they slow down. So there is a 300-degree difference before and after the turbocharger on exhaust gases. And it's a huge jump to go from, maybe 10, 12 inches of travel, but that's how they drop their temperatures. So we want to make sure that they work. Now, in a normal truck, your idle temperatures are probably going to be somewhere between 225 and probably 350-ish, somewhere in that range. Every truck's a little bit different based on the turbocharger, your fueling maps, split shot injection or single shot injection. There's a lot of variables there, but you want to be somewhere in that range. So if your truck is idling at 100 degrees, that's not right. Or if it's idling at 500 degrees, that's not right either. So there's something wrong. And typically it's going to be a thermocouple. And then on the high side, we already went over that. So those are numbers you want to keep in mind to make sure that your pyrometer gauge is working correctly. On a boost gauge, though, and I didn't know this until I started working here because I kind of thought it was something to show off with. When I was in high school, I had a 83 Mustang that was built up pretty good. And it had an aftermarket speedometer in it, but it was still a Ford cluster, and it went up to 140 miles per hour. And I thought that was the coolest thing, was to spin that thing around, get it over 140 and just keep on rolling with it. And I used to scare the living, out of my cousin and everybody else that would ride with me, just do it because it was cool at the time. And I used to think that about all gauges. Man, I want to peg every gauge I got. I just want to be, so fast and so cool. And boost gauges don't like that.
No.
Boost gauges will tell you flat out, nope, I'm done. Checking out of the conversation. Because they have a clock spring in them. And when that needle touches the peg, even though it looks cool, you are twisting that spring and taking the calibration out of it. And that gauge will never read right after that. It's guaranteed to be bad after that. So if you're running a 30-pound boost gauge and you're telling your buddies, yeah, I can wrap that thing around, just peg it off the needle, it's not anywhere close to being right. You want to change that. You want to size it accordingly to how much boost pressure you're going to make, because those two gauges will tell me over the phone, or like in today's episode, you troubleshooting unique ways on your own. You can diagnose problems with just those two gauges. So if you have high pyrometer temps and low boost pressure, that means you're feeding the fire. You're getting the fuel to the engine, but you're not supplying it with enough fresh airflow to control the temperatures. And in a diesel engine, you can kind of treat it like a campfire. You throw more fuel on it, it's got it. But you need to pull the fresh air in from the turbocharger, and that's its sole purpose. The turbochargers do not give you horsepower. They do not give you any more, any less. Their sole purpose is to supply enough fresh air from the outside atmosphere to control the temperatures you have inside the combustion chambers. So a lot of people get that misconception is, I want to get more horsepower. What turbo are you going to sell me? I'm not. Unless there's something wrong with your turbo or it's the wrong size, which we're going to dig into, and I'm going to ask you some questions about what is it, where you run, how heavy you are, stuff like that. I'm not going to recommend a turbo if somebody's calling me for horsepower or even fuel mileage. It has to be sized right to the amount of fuel you're putting to the engine, but it's part of the whole puzzle. But you're talking about one piece, and it's something that's been glamorized and fascinated on because turbochargers, there's people out there getting tattoos of these things on their arms because it's such a cool piece of an engine. But people get fixated on what it is and not what it does. And that's what we want to try to explain to people. It can be wrong sized, if you need to replace it, but you don't want to just replace it thinking you're going to gain something. So that's where the fresh air side comes in on the boost gauge and the pyrometer. So again, if you have high pyrometers and low boost, it's an air supply issue.
Eric,
that could be a boost leak.
Eric, I just want to ask you a question for clarification, and I actually hope you say, no, you're wrong, because I don't like asking questions that I know the answer to. I'm deadly serious. I want to go back to the gauges just for a second. So if I heard you correctly, it's important, based on the adjustments that you make, the improvements you make to your truck, that you then have to kind of reset your gauges so you make sure that while it might look cool to drive the thing all the way to the end of the universe, what you end up doing is then damaging the gauge, and then you don't have a sense of where your truck's at or how it's working or if it's working well. I understood that correctly.
Yes, on a boost gauge, that is correct. On the other gauges, I mean, you can damage like an odometer, but I don't think there's anything that's going to be that bad.
No,
I hope not.
That's what I wanted to make sure of, so that people need to know. Like I said, it's one of those things that when you ask for something, you have to realize that sometimes asking for something means paying for other things as well, because it's going to require that the engine, of course, is a beautifully balanced piece of machinery when it's put into the hands of you guys. And sometimes if people want other things, they have to realize that other things go along with that. Just wanted to make sure that's clear, because you guys don't just take people through. It's a lot of, yes, we can do that, but you have to do this as well, correct? And the other thing is, and to make sure I understood the last point, is that too many people think things look cool without understanding that they don't do the thing that they think they do, and maybe they shouldn't get it tattooed on them. Which, by the way, our new producer is a tattoo artist. Really is. I'm not screwing around. Madison is a tattoo artist. We want to make sure that when people get a tattoo, they know what they're getting tattooed on their body, right? That thing does not do what you think it does, right?
Yeah, I always get a kick out of my summer vacation. You see some people that are in their 50s and maybe even 60s, like around my age, and you see their tattoos, and you just think, my God, was that a bad decision on your part 25 years ago?
Oh, my God. Why couldn't they have just waited like the rest of us sane people did for the tattoo artist to get better and all this stuff to become socially acceptable? I don't know what these people were thinking. Who let those people? You know what? They took a chance for the rest of us, Eric. That's what it kind of comes down to. All right, let me get you back on topic here. Where did we leave off?
So on the gauges, high pyrometer temps and low boost pressure means there's a bad supply of fresh air. And it's usually going to be like a boost leak, maybe even like a loose clamp, a hump hose, could be a charge air cooler. But a lot of people don't realize that like your air compressor and your intake manifold gaskets, those are all part of your fresh air side as well, because that all pulls from the same side. And a lot of people will just cap off their charge air cooler and they'll just pressure test it. Well, that's good, but it's only one piece out of like 8. So what you need to do is actually pull the suction pipe off of the turbo and cap that off and pressurize it there. And this is going to be our first DIY tool that I'm going to give away today on how to build. So on building your own boost tester, what you want to do is go to a Lowe's or Home Depot and go to the plumbing section. And you want to go to what is called a Fernco. And it's spelled F as in Frank, ERNCO. And they make rubber boots and couplers and caps, everything for plumbing and piping. You want to buy a rubber coupler that matches the same size as your turbo throat, like where the fresh air pipe would come into it. And then you want to get a plastic PVC cap. So what you're basically going to build is a plastic cap that fits right over top of your turbocharger. But before you mount it, you want to drill and tap the end of that plastic PVC cap, and you want to screw in a couple airline fittings. What you want to do is put like a quarter turn ball valve, and I like to put a pressure gauge on there as well before the quarter turn ball valve, and then an airline or Milton style air fitting that you can plug in your shop air with. So what you're going to do is clamp this down, make sure it's all tight, sealed up, use some Teflon tape. You're going to connect your shop air hose. You're going to slowly turn that quarter turn ball valve on until you get about 8 to 10 psi of air pressure. Then you want to shut the ball valve off, disconnect the shop air line, and then listen for any leaks. Sometimes you can hear them, sometimes you can't. But this is where old technology comes in, a spray bottle with soapy water. And you just start at the beginning and you work your way all the way over to the intake manifold. You want to spray off and look at that pressure gauge and see if you see anything as far as the pressure being dropped or you see bubbles forming. That'll tell you where your hole is in that fresh air system, because you're going to be losing pressure somewhere if you have high pyrometer and low boost.
Eric,
so that's the
Eric, you just gave me PTSD, by the way, because all I keep thinking about is back when we used to do insulation and home weatherization, we would test people's air conditioning ducts, and we would be in these absolutely oppressive attics with spray guns full of soap and water, spraying down air conditioning units and being like, oh, no, what? Because as we always say, the more bubbles, the more work. As we always used to say, we see those bubbles and be like, oh, my God, we're going to be up here in this attic for the next hour. Somebody bring me some Gatorade right now. That's really the telltale sign, isn't it? That those bubbles, man, it's just like tiny. And if they're blowing, you got real problems. If they're suddenly making bubbles and putting them skyward, you got real issues.
Yeah. I mean, I probably all of our audience has done that at one point or time. You know, you're checking for a flat or a hole in your tire. I mean, you're checking to see where the leak is coming from. And that's the same thing we're doing here, but we're just doing it on the engine side. So the other thing with these two gauges is low pyrometer and low boost pressure. That means there's a fuel restriction problem because you're not feeding the fire. It's too cold of a fire, which means it's not producing enough exhaust gases, which is what drives the turbo. So if you have low pyrometer and low boost pressure, that means there's a fuel restriction, low fuel pressure, sometimes even like bad fuel, like really, really bad fuel. In the case of like a severe algae issue or asphaltene, which it can actually rob the fuel of its cetane properties. And it's not the cetane number, it just cuts the fuel down and it makes it really weak and it doesn't want to burn well. And just old fuel isn't good, no matter what engine you're running at all. So those are two things we can talk about and try to stress to our customers that a working boost gauge and a working pyrometer gauge they're money makers for you, because you can self-diagnose your truck now and it'll cut you a lot of money down in your diagnostic fees. So that's something you can do in a homemade boost tester.
By the way, this is a place where YouTube is your friend, guys. Just simply go to YouTube, and make sure you do. There's all kinds of videos that explain how to look at the gauges. I know I sound like people are listening going, well, of course we know that. Of course you know that. You're listening to Nemo Nation and Pittsburgh Power. You're smart people. But it's just a great reminder that the more information people walk in with when they come into your shop, the easier you make it. When you can actually tell the doctor what you think is wrong, he can fix you faster, can't he?
Yeah, absolutely. We bought a machine a couple years ago now. It's been quite a few. We actually have two of them. It's a pressurized smoke machine. So if you ever had like a toy train as a kid, like a Lionel, you put the drops of oil in and it puffs out smoke.
Just awesome.
Basically the same thing, but it hooks up with pressurized air. We cap off the turbo side and we put pressurized smoke into the system, so you don't have to walk around with a soapy spray bottle. Because if you don't hear the leak, you're going to see it. You'll see the trail of smoke coming up from somewhere. But those get used every single day. Every truck that comes through our door, we do that pressurized smoke boost test, and we also do a code check, too, to make sure that it doesn't have any codes popping up or any ghost codes. Because boost leaks can literally happen overnight. You talk to people on the phone, about low power, and we ask them what the gauges read, and it pretty much confirms that they have a boost leak somewhere, and you tell them that. And I just had it boost tested, last February. Well, that was a lot of miles ago. These things can literally happen overnight. A rock could get kicked up and go through your charge air cooler. Aluminum will fatigue. Aluminum gets older and it gets brittle. It has a fatigue point when it hits around 150, 160 degrees temperature for prolonged periods. Aluminum does get brittle. And that's the whole job of it, is to cool the air temperatures down. They get pretty hot coming in, and we want to cool them down putting it out, because compressed air makes heat, which doesn't make horsepower. So there's a lot of factors here that people overlook every single day that you just don't think about. You know, rubber hoses get dry rotted, weather gets to it, things happen. Clamps come loose. You know, they can vibrate over time from heat and vibration. They can come loose too over time. So there's a lot of things that you want to just think about before you jump in and say, oh, I need a new turbo, or, you know, I need a rebuild, or, you know, something big. We want to make sure that we do our due process first.
Eric, I wanted to ask you this too, and I know there are two different versions of this. One of which you get something that breaks, something that actually is clean, breaks, and you lose power. Can this happen by death by 1,000 cuts, where one little nick here, one little nick there, and suddenly you've got this accumulation of little tiny leaks that all of a sudden add up to something bigger, so you don't realize it's happening until it's too late? I mean, that's the case, right, where you can either have something that has a clean break or a real big hole, big problem, big split, or that it can be something that was like an accumulation over time. Which one do you see more?
The death by 1,000 cuts, for sure. We always find little leaks. If I had to guess, I would say probably about 70 to 75% of the trucks that come through our door have a boost leak in some way, shape, or form. But they're usually little ones like that. The big obvious ones are few and far between, but I've seen them too, where you can literally put your whole hand up inside a hump air hose, charge air cooler rubber boot, where it completely blew out. You know, we had one guy in here about a year or two ago that none of his hump hoses had the steel rings on them, and he literally, it must have swollen up so far that it blew its whole side out, but it was on the bottom, on the inside, where you couldn't see it. And as soon as we put the smoke machine up to it, it was like a smoke out, like a Cheech and Chong movie. I mean, it wasn't even, it was like observantly, like, wow, it was right there in your face. So yeah, that was an easy one to fix. But then you have other ones too that you can see the gauge drop just a smidgen, but you can't see where it's coming from. But that's where that smoke is so nice, because it shows you where it's drizzling from, and you can kind of zero in on where the leak is starting from.
Up in smoke, it's where my money goes.
He's not here, man.
In my lungs and sometimes up my nose. We're going to take a quick break here. We're going to come back on the other side of Nemo Nation. This is the Pittsburgh Power Pit Stop. Guys, by the way, we currently are now at 842 subscribers. That is a 100% increase from simply last week. Make your way over to radionemo.com and subscribe. Make your way over to YouTube and subscribe. We'll be back after these messages as the rains come down on our day off.
Value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Want to reduce emission systems maintenance costs? Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst is the answer. This advanced solution promotes a longer DPF lifespan and lets you enjoy fewer regenerations by reducing your soot output by 60%. That means less downtime and more time on the road. Keep your system clean and efficient so you can focus on what matters most, getting the job done. Make the smart choice for your vehicle. Head over to PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Back to the talk that drives America. This is Nemo Nation. So let's rejoin good old Jimmy Mack and Eric Moser.
Air, phone master Dre, get me on the air. You can hear that it's raining outside like cats and dogs as we're still kind of working on ways to kind of muffle the sound over here. I'm going to turn this back over to Eric. You guys can give us a call at 615-292-6366. Eric, pick up where we left off.
Sure. So the next thing we're going to talk about is fuel. We kind of discussed the air side of it on the beginning of the show. So the next side, we're going to talk about fuel and a couple other things that we've added to our armory here, to fight off any kind of problems. So one thing that we see a lot is bad injectors. Series 60s, Detroits, they're kind of notorious for it. I do a lot of oil samples, and now that I bring that up too, I want to make an announcement too about oil samples. Then we're going to come back to this. So as most of you know, we bought out OPS about 4 years ago now. I think it's going on 4, maybe 5. And they used to use UPS shipping labels. And when we took over the company, we switched over to FedEx shipping labels. And there was no problem with them for the longest time, except the sample cards for the lab was actually expired. So we honored them for the first 2 years. If you had one that was expired, we would exchange it, and then we had to draw a line somewhere. And that's unfortunately what we have to do now with the UPS labels. If you have UPS labels, please do not use them. We're going to close that account. So if you have them, call us, and we'll take care of you. I'll switch them out for the FedEx labels to try to help people out if you still have any. Now, keep in mind, these are only for oil sample kits you would have purchased before we bought the company, and they would have to be at least 4, if not 5 years old. So if you have any extras, give us a call. But back to the fuel dilution, and I see it in oil samples, man, every day. And as soon as I see a high fuel dilution issue, I don't even have to look up at the top of the report. I pretty much already know that it's going to be a Series 60 Detroit. And I hate to say that. Cause
No, you don't. You don't hate to say it. You kind of enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, we love it. Yeah, but it happens.
I love Detroit 12.7s. They're one of my favorite engines. Those things are they're rock solid. They get excellent fuel economy. They're reasonably priced for parts. And they were nicknamed a million-mile engine for a reason. They went a long, long time. But the quality of reman Detroit injectors for the last, 6-8 years now have not been up to very, very high standards. So we do have aftermarket outsourced, part line now for these that are working out really, really well. But fuel dilution is fuel getting in the oil, bottom line. And that's usually caused by a weak injector, or it could be like a cracked injector cup where the injector actually seats down into the cylinder head. It could be a cracked cylinder head. I saw that once. It's very rare though, but 9 times out of 10, it's going to be a weak injector where the mechanical parts of the injector just don't have enough strength to keep the fuel up inside the injector when they're not firing. Because an injector has a little storage tank of fuel in it. And when the computer tells the injector to fire, it tells it when to fire, how long to fire, and how much fuel to inject. So that's how we figure out the horsepower ratings, is pulse width on injectors. And a pulse width is measured in degrees. And like on a Series 60, for instance, your typical 470, 500 injector pulse width is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's around 32 degrees. And when you get into the more aggressive tuning, sometimes you can see 36. I've even seen other people's tunes, they're up in the 40s, which are kind of dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. But that can be for a whole other episode about tuning. But on the fuel dilution, we want to try to fix it as fast and as easy as possible. So one way we can do that is to actually put a dye in a fuel bucket. So what we do is we get a clean 5-gallon bucket, we'll fill it up with fuel, and we'll put a dye in it. And then we'll run the hose from the fuel pump down to the bucket to pull the fuel from it. And then we also put the return line back in that same bucket, so we're not putting any of that dyed fuel into the system. And then you pull the valve cover off, and you can start the engine up, pressurize it, and you look with a black light or an ultraviolet light, I forget which one it is, but it'll show you where this fuel is leaking from. So that's one way you can do it. Another way is you can just put pressure to it. You know, some guys will put air pressure to it. I'm not the biggest fan of that. My favorite way to check for fuel problems like leaking fuel injectors is probably the most simplistic way out there, but it's almost guaranteed foolproof, is you remove your turbo and your exhaust manifold, let the truck sit overnight. Because when fuel injectors get weak, they will drip out fuel over time. So the signs of a bad injector would be like white smoke, stumbling engine, shaking engine, almost like it has an engine miss on a cold startup. Because it's a compression engine, there's extra fuel puddled up on top of the piston, and it's got the compression because the piston's moving, but it doesn't have the heat to actually effectively burn off the fuel that's in the combustion chamber.
That makes perfect sense. It doesn't mean that there's a Pope. It means you got problems. I got it.
Exactly. Yeah, if you have white smoke and your truck shakes and stumbles on cold startup, but then it gets smooth, that's usually a bad injector. Because now once you get the engine warmed up, it has the heat absorption in the combustion chamber to effectively burn off that fuel. So keep that in mind. If you see white smoke and it shakes and stumbles, but then it goes away, it's probably a bad injector.
It's a cold start when you shouldn't have one. I mean, there are times when you're going to have a cold start. There's weather that's unavoidable, but it's a cold start when you should not have one. Is that a basic way of looking at it?
You want to keep in mind the white smoke.
Yeah.
That's the key here. And this can happen even in 50-degree weather,
right?
Even 60-degree weather. It doesn't have to be like 20 below, or anything like that. It doesn't have to be real severe temps, but the colder it gets, the worse it's going to be, pronounced. You're going to see it a lot more the colder the ambient air temperature is. But what you want to do is pull your turbocharger and manifold off and let the engine sit overnight. That'll give it enough time for that fuel to puddle up on top of the piston. Then what you do the next morning is have somebody start the truck while you're standing on the passenger side. You're looking at the cylinder head, specifically the exhaust ports. And whichever port shoots out that white smoke, that tells you which injector is bad. So the only thing you're really out is a set of gaskets and a couple O-rings for like the oil feeder drain tube, depending on what engine you have. Now, this works really, really well on a lot of the older engines, like the Series 60s, the Cats, the N14s. When you get into some of these newer trucks, that can be a little bit more sophisticated because some of these newer engines have water-cooled turbos or they have a lot of plumbing around the turbocharger. To really to get the exhaust manifold off is a job in itself just to get to it. But on those particular engines, most of them are common rail, which has a pressurized fuel rail that each injector feeds from. Almost like a watering trough for a bunch of horses or cows. You fill it up and they all drink from it. And that's basically the same theory here. And they're also very sensitive to rail pressure drop. If you look at the newer Cummins, they run over 30,000 PSI of rail pressure. And if that pressure drops by just a couple hundred, it'll throw a check engine light or code. And the advanced electronics in these newer trucks can be sometimes not so good, but in this case, they're very, very helpful because it'll tell you which cylinder it is, which cylinder misfires, which brings me to the next test, which is the laptop test. If you know what your engine sounds like, if you're in tune with it, this is a very easy test to do with a laptop, is an injector cutout test. Now, this just checks the electric side, the solenoid of the injector. But if you're in tune with your engine and you know what it sounds like, this is a great way to do it. Because when you go through an injector cutout test, you're shutting off one injector at a time. So what you want to do is you want to hear a difference in the pitch. So when you start the engine up, it has a certain sound to it. You shut off injector 1. The sound should change when you shut off injector 1. And you go right down the line, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. If the sound does not change, that's your bad injector because it's already not hitting. It's not firing on that injector. So there's an electric way we can check it. There's a mechanical way we can check it. And there's also a physical way we can check it. But there's 3 foolproof ways to check for an injector that goes bad because injectors aren't cheap. I don't care what truck you have. They are definitely not cheap anymore. And that's something you don't want to be just, well, I think this will fix it. You don't want to be spitballing on something this expensive. We want to make sure that you or our shop does our due diligence to confirm before you pull the trigger and spend the money on something like that.
Eric, it basically comes down to first price, last price. You want to make absolutely sure that the first price you pay is the absolutely last one you pay to get this thing fixed. Because if you do the wrong thing, then you're literally sending good money after bad money, correct?
Yeah, and it's really disturbing to me. When I talk to somebody, I feel so empathetic about it, is when somebody calls me and says, hey, I just put a 6-pack of injectors in this thing. It's still not running right, and the mortgage is due, and I'm about to lose my truck. And, I mean, unfortunately, you do hear the bad side of this sometimes, or maybe another shop just didn't do their due diligence. That's why I'm trying to educate people. That's why we do this show, is to try to help people be a better business owner, be a better truck owner, operator, driver, whatever the situation might be. We want people to succeed. We want people to be successful, and that's what our whole purpose of doing the show is, to educate.
Let's shift over to dynos. We want to talk about dynos now? Can we talk about that?
Actually, I want to jump to oil leaks before we get to dyno and the pool.
Make it happen. Do it.
So oil leaks can be the most frustrating thing in the world, especially to me. When I had my garage floor poured and it was all brand new when I built my last house garage, I was so furious when my truck dripped like 2 drops of oil on it. And I remember my wife coming in and just saying, you're overreacting. No, I just paid $6,000 for this concrete. If anything gets on it, I'm going to be pissed. And I was. So oil leaks can be very, very frustrating for people like myself that just don't like to see it. And also the DOT. They don't like oil leaks either, or any fluid leaks for that matter. So I'm going to teach you a quick way to check. A lot of oil leaks are misdiagnosed. Everybody that has an oil leak that calls me usually says it's their oil pan leaking. 9 times out of 10, it's not. What we call gravity is what's taking effect on that. and the engine fan. You have to remember, you're driving this thing 60, 70 mile per hour down the road. So it has all that airflow coming across it, plus the engine fan blowing across it too. So it's getting a lot of airflow across that engine to keep it cool. If there's liquids leaking out somewhere, it'll move those liquids and distort their path. So it's going to look like it's coming from somewhere that it may not be, specifically the oil pan. The oil pan is the lowest point on any engine that has a flat surface for oil to conglomerate on. So when you see oil dripping off the pan, don't automatically assume that it's the pan gasket, because chances are it's probably not. So what we do in this case is we'll pull the truck in, and we will spray the whole engine off with mineral spirits. Degrease it at home, whatever you want to do, but you want to make sure that the engine is clean and it's dry. If you do it in your driveway at home, like with gunk or any kind of like engine degreaser, and there's still some residual left over on there, spend the money on a couple cans of brake clean. Get it clean and dry. This is the only way this will work. So then what you want to do is take some talcum powder or baby powder and just throw it on the engine. Just kind of sprinkle it around. Start the engine up, get it up to temperature, see if you see anything. That baby or talcum powder will act like tracing powder. It'll show you where the leaks are coming from. So that's a very, very good thing to do, and it's safe in your driveway. It's not going to affect anything. Some guys have asked me, can I drive down the road? Yeah, probably not. You know, if you don't have anything for the powder to stick on, it's going to blow off right away. So you want to do this, you know, once the engine is good, clean, and dry. But again, you're going to find out and be a better detective at that point and see where it is, and it'll save you a lot in diagnostics.
Yeah, because good, clean, and dry, that's a great point, too. The idea that good, clean, and dry means the places where there are problems aren't going to be good, clean, and dry. No matter how hard you do it, at some point gravity, once again, takes over, correct?
Yeah, exactly. And when you have a fluid leak, it's going to take the path of least resistance. You know, not only just as a way of coming out of the engine, but also where to drip onto the ground. So it can make you think there's other things that are leaking too. You know, if it's up front and your leak is dripping off the back, it may not be a rear main. It may not be a rear structure. It may be from the front running all the way back. You know, it can cause all kind of havoc, especially when you go in for like a safety inspection or even DOTs. You know, if you have any leaking fluids like that, that just gives them a reason to really fine-tune, you know, your truck. You don't want that. You want to be safe and you want to be responsible with it. So this is a good way to check it at home. The next thing I want to talk about is some of the tooling that we've bought over the years to try to separate us from the rest, and some of the tooling that we offer to our customers too. The big tooling that we bought since I've been here, one of the biggest things is our dyno, a dynometer. And our dyno is used every single day. And some people get the misconception that it's like a magic wizard back there and you plug a truck into it and it just automatically spits out a receipt saying what's wrong with the truck. That's not how it works. The dyno is nothing more than a tape measure. You know, if you're going to cut a 2x4 or a sheet of plywood, you're going to use a tape measure. Well, if we're trying to diagnose low power, I'm going to use a tape measure, but it's called a dynometer. So what the dyno does is actually tells us what horsepower and torque your truck is making to the rear wheels. So if there is a problem with the truck, we can confirm it. Sometimes trucks will act differently when you're driving them loaded or unloaded, but the dyno is a lie detector. Yeah, that's where the bullshit meets the blacktop. We know exactly what it's putting down to the ground. Now,
that's, by the way, Eric, that's the name of the segment now, since we're now on all these major platforms, where the bullshit meets the blacktop. I think we're going to go with that. I'm excited about this as a prospect moving forward. Sorry, go on. Continue, please.
That was actually taught to me in my race car days, like when we were building engines and we were dynoing our race cars. And I remember this old guy that ran the dyno shop. He said, yep, this is where the bullshit meets the blacktop.
Absolutely,
You can have as much horsepower as you want on paper, but this is going to prove what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, there's stuff
that's what we do here.
Yeah,
But
stuff that
we've
smells like
learned to use it
asphalt.
in different ways. Like, it's not just to see what horsepower and torque the truck makes. I've learned, just like through oil sampling, there's like certain recipes that you can diagnose problems from. And one of my favorite ones that I learned is bad injectors. Let's say you have a power issue with your truck and it's just not pulling real good. And the first thing we usually do is fuel pressure, fuel restriction, make sure there's no air bubbles getting in the air, like excessive air bubbles getting in the air, the fuel lines. Boost test, check for codes. Everything seems to be right, but for some reason the customer's still complaining that it's low. So we put the truck on the dyno, and let's say this truck is supposed to be a 550 horsepower, 1850 torque. So we put it on a dyno. It makes 440 to the ground, which with parasitic loss through the drivetrain, that's right on target. But the torque is only like 1250 or 1300. And that's kind of odd. Well, here's the deal. When injectors get weak, they can overextend themselves to try to compensate for the weaker ones on the higher RPMs, but they can't on the lower RPMs because they're just not spinning fast. The engine isn't spinning fast enough. They're not firing fast enough. So they can't reproduce torque. The torque's going to be low every single time. But on the top end, when they're firing faster, they're getting more fuel from the good injectors. They can kind of compensate for a weaker one of the pack on the horsepower rating, which is your upper RPM band. So when we see a dyno report that comes over as low torque, but the horsepower is about within spec or maybe right on spec, that's usually a sign of weak injectors. And 9 times out of 10, that's the fix. So that's one thing we can do with the dyno. Another thing we can do with the dyno is a controlled road test. People say, it only does it at 65 mile per hour or in 8th gear or 10th gear, whatever. I can do anything I need to do in the dyno, but I don't have to worry about traffic, deer, stop signs, cops, nothing. I like doing that. But I will tell you, though, the first time we ran a truck on the dyno, right after we put it in, I actually drove the very first truck on our dyno. That was a very weird and uneasy feeling. Sitting in a truck cab running 80, 85 mile per hour. I forget how fast I was running it, and the truck wasn't moving. But the truck's shaking. You could definitely, the engine was humming, that thing was shaking. You knew you were making some power. But man, is it weird not to see stuff fly by the window on the sides. But it's such a cool tool to use with that. And we even dug in a little bit deeper. Our exhaust fan back there, for instance, it'll move 77,000 cubic feet of air per minute. So we have a weather station back there along with some emissions testing equipment. This isn't for emissions testing. This was just for our own R&D stuff. But these test equipment boxes and pieces back there we can utilize in other ways, and this is one of them, where if a customer calls me and says they have a problem with their truck, but it only happens in the Rocky Mountains, let's say at 5,000 feet or above, in 10th gear, 11th gear, and I'm fully loaded. That's the only time I can make it replicate this. I can do that here because in Saxonburg, Pennsylvania, we're only 1,200 feet above sea level. So how do you cheat barometric pressure? Well, you cheat it with pressure, with a vacuum. So what we do is we open up the garage door about 32 to 42 inches. We turn the exhaust fan on, and it will actually replicate altitude because we're making a negative pressure inside the dyno cell. And we can see it on this testing equipment to see where we're at. Then also on the dyno, we have what the guys call the giraffe in the back, which is nothing more than a glorified hydraulic over electric cherry picker. It is the best way I can describe it over the phone. But if you ever saw this thing, it's an incredible piece of machinery. One of my good friends, John Anderson, very, very smart. And it actually is a hydraulic boom that will reach out. It's all controlled with joysticks. It'll click into your fifth wheel. You can lock it in, and you can literally pick the back end of the truck up, move it left, right, up, down, forward, whatever you want. But he also incorporated a load cell or a string gauge on top of that arm. So now I can push down on the hydraulic ram and put pressure on the rear suspension, and I can see how much pressure is putting on there. So I can replicate like a loaded trailer, and then I can load the dyno cells up with more water in a faster manner to replicate the whole situation. Even down to it happens in the Rockies, climbing, fully loaded, but it's raining. Okay, then we pop the hood and we get the garden hose out. We start spraying it off. We can replicate pretty much any real-world condition in our dyno cell. And it's just one of the tools that help put us ahead, in advanced troubleshooting.
You're basically the equivalent of Q from 007 for truckers.
Actually, I'm a huge Bond freak, so that was really, really a big compliment in my book.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me tell you something.
You're definitely getting a Christmas card this year from me.
Thank you very much. And by the way, I make a promise to you. We actually are friends with the guy who does the official James Bond podcast. Is a friend of this show. So that when we get him on, when we book him on the show, we're going to get you to come and take the ride with us. By the way, that'd be awesome stuff. So yeah,
I would love that.
I'm a big Bond freak myself, and you know that there is talk of Christopher Nolan directing the next one. That's a serious conversation. They're having a serious conversation about that dude directing the next Bond. I'm very excited about that. I'm sorry. You see, you took me in the weeds. I took you in the weeds, and you took me further out there. Keep going. Stay on target. Stay on target, Red Leader.
Yep. No problem. So the next thing we're going to talk about is some of the tools that you can get from us, Pittsburgh Power. One of our more simplistic tools is our scan gauge. The scan gauge can read anything that the computer can read, but your dash can't. And what I mean by that is the computer reads everything on the engine, but you only have so much real estate on your dashboard for gauges. So if there's something that you want to see, a pressure reading, a temperature reading, voltage, whatever it may be, you can now display up to 4 items at one time on a scan gauge. Now, that's all the scan gauge can do. It can only show you what the ECM can read. The next step would be our OTR scan tool. Now, the OTR can clear codes, can do some diagnostic troubleshooting for codes, but the biggest savior for it is it can force a manual regen. Now, this works on Cummins, the Detroit DD platform, Volvo, Mac, and I believe even the International too. I'll have to double check that. But sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes trucks get very upset about a slight reading of this or that, or one little sensor is just a little bit out of the range, and all it takes is a regen to get it back in range, but the truck won't allow you to do a manual regen when you push the button on the dash. Well, this tool says, nope, we're doing it, buckle down, it's getting hot in here. And that can make a biggest difference in the world if you're, say, a mile or two from your delivery point and the truck shuts down. Sometimes this can save a guy to keep the load where it's going on time. And I've heard that from many, many people. And then the next tool we would offer is one of our laptops, our remote tuning laptop. Now, we offer this to our remote tuners out there, that have a shop and a brick and mortar building and stuff. But some people buy these just for private diagnostics too, so that you can plug in and read your codes. You'll have some software preloaded already in there. There'll be some wiring schematics. There's some Eaton, Bendix, Meritor, Cat Cummins, Detroit. There's all kind of different preloaded softwares on there that may help you too. But the biggest thing with that is you have our number then with it. So when you do have a problem, JR can now remote in through that laptop into your truck. We do charge by the hour for that too, but it's a remote diagnostic fee, by the hour. So we have a bunch of different tools to help people.
Eric, I'm still acclimating to this new format. I have to do this. This is from David. Hey, Eric, why would my pyrometer gauge start on 200 degrees while the truck is not running before you start first in the morning?
That would be the cause of a bad thermocouple. So the temperature sender, or the sensor that screws into the exhaust manifold or the downpipe, is bad. And I actually have that exact same thing, David, going on in my pickup truck. I'm just too lazy to change it because, like, a body man's car is always the worst one looking, and my diesel truck is probably the worst one or the last one that gets fixed in my house too. But when I go to leave here, it could be 60 degrees outside. I turn the key on, it's reading 200 already. And that's the whole point of these things going bad, is they lose their calibration. So the easiest thing for you to do is just change the thermocouple, and I'm almost going to guarantee that's going to fix your problems.
I hope you heard that, David. By the way, Eric, unbelievably, we thought, hey, we're going to get more time. We're going to have less time for breaks. You and I get to talk longer. We didn't even get close. We ran out of time. Can you believe that? We ran out of time. We did it again. We did it again, brother. Thank you so much. Part 2. We've done it twice. So nice. We've done it twice. Pittsburgh Power. Go to pittsburghpower.com and find out all they can do for you. I do want to talk about those computers, those diagnostics, when we come back the next time. Promise me we'll do that?
Yeah, absolutely, buddy.
Oh, thank you so much. And we'll talk to you and maybe Bruce next week. But we know Eric's going to be here. Hey, guys, this has been Nemo Nation on the radionemo.com. Thank you for taking the ride with us, and we're so excited to welcome OOIDA to the fold. So excited that Trucking with OOIDA is going to be making its debut tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. You guys will get a whole hour of content. Great to have Ashley. Great to have Scott on board. We are over the moon excited about their contributions to this. We're over the moon excited about all of our friends from OOIDA and Landline making their contribution. We can't believe it's already happening. 6 months in 6 weeks. Phone Master Dre, let's get a little music going on here, and we'll begin to make the walk out of here. Big thanks to Phone Master Dre and Madison as well for taking the ride with us this morning on Nemo Nation. Road Gang Radio is tomorrow, and that means myself for the first 2 hours, and then the second half of the show begins, which means it's Lawler time.
Woo!
Double L and the Mac Attack coming at you. You like that?
A little bit.
That's pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
Double L and the Mac Attack?
Yeah, it sounds like something's in the mac and cheese.
You know, we got something going on over here. Hey, guys, go to YouTube. Go to radionemo.com. Go to the Book of Face. Go everywhere and rally to the resistance point. That newsletter will be out later on today. Fred Flintstone, yabba dabba, don't. Nah, you should do. Keep on doing. I'm out. I'm done. Thank you, Dre. Thank you, Madison.